Hello everyone. Welcome back to our third session for today. Our session is dedicated to digital culture and technologies, and we will have the opportunity to listen to some very interesting talks. I suggest we proceed immediately so we avoid any delays. You will have 15 minutes for its presentation. Our first speaker is Sofia Maria Poulimenou, with their presentation Adaptive Transmedia Storytelling for Cultural Objects, a case study for Angelos Sikelianos Poets House Museum in Lefkas, Greece.
Thank you, Chair, for the presentation. For the music at the beginning of my presentation. Okay, perfect. So, welcome everyone. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very happy to be here today to the 2023 DCAC International Conference that becomes really prestigious year by year in the areas of arts and creativity. So, my name is Sofia Maria Poulimenou. I am a postdoc researcher at Ionian University, and I will present an ongoing research that is being conducted mainly by a PhD student of our team. Her name is Vaia Jori, but unfortunately she could not be here today. The research focuses on identifying new tools for the interpretation of cultural objects at museum collections. The study aims to investigate the application of adaptive storytelling for cultural objects using a novel experimental Web3 transmedia method. We propose an innovative methodological framework that links the user, narrative elements, and media channels to serve the needs of each transmedia narrative scenario. And today, we present a theoretical application project and will explore the potential of gamification and transmedia storytelling in enriching audience interaction and engagement with the museum's content. So, at first, I would like to describe the main meanings relevant to the research, as it is quite important to understand the difference between transmedia and adaptive storytelling. When we speak about transmedia storytelling, we refer to the process of telling a story about a specific topic by combining different types of media. Such media could be images, text, audio, video, music, and many more, of course. When we speak about adaptive storytelling, it is a process that tailors a story according to the audience's preferences and interests. Adaptive storytelling can also be transmedia storytelling. Both processes can be used to create multimodal storytelling experiences that cater to different learning styles. For example, a visitor who prefers visual learning could be presented with images and videos, while a visitor who prefers auditory learning could be presented with audio description or narration. Both can be used to contextualize cultural objects by tailoring the story to the visitor's cultural background. For example, a visitor from a different country or cultural background could be presented with a story that highlights the object's significance in their culture. Well, when we want to see the differences between transmedia storytelling and adaptive storytelling, we can say in summary that while transmedia storytelling focuses on expanding a single narrative across multiple platforms, adaptive storytelling emphasizes on customization and interactivity, allowing the audience to shape the direction and outcome of the story based on their choices and actions. And now we want to refer to the Web3, which all of you know, of course, which is the next evolution of the internet, and how this is connected to our work. So the connection between transmedia storytelling and Web3 lies on the potential for decentralized technologies to enable new forms of storytelling that go beyond the traditional linear narrative structure of books, movies, or even television shows. With Web3, it is possible to create interactive, immersive, and decentralized storytelling experiences that allow audiences to engage with the story in new ways, which is what we want to do with transmedia and adaptive storytelling. And this is something that can have application at museum. So someone may wonder what will be the use of these techniques while a visit at a museum. And a museum can use transmedia storytelling to create a unified story across multiple media platforms. For example, it can involve creating interactive exhibits that encourage visitors to engage with the story through, for example, a scavenger game. Also, by using Web3 technologies, a museum can customize the experience to each individual visitor by providing narrative options to the visitors or even utilize sensors, location trackings, and other devices for automatic experience adjustment. By combining transmedia storytelling, adaptive storytelling, and Web3 technologies, a museum can create a highly engaging and personalized experience for visitors, which can result to higher levels of engagement, increased learning outcomes, and greater satisfaction levels. If we want to consider the basic goals that someone may have while visiting a museum, we can say that there is a need for more personalized experience at museums, which lies at the very own goal of a visit. The basic goals is learning, exploration, appreciation, and entertainment. Ultimately, the goal of visiting a museum is to enrich our understanding and appreciation of the world around us. It provides a space for learning, exploration, and reflection, and offers a unique perspective on art, history, and culture. And if we want to see the best and basic ways that one can employ to understand museum collections and artifacts, they are two. The first is the historical and cultural context, and the second is the curatorial interpretation, which is what a museologist will have to say about an artifact. Can we do things differently? Is there something lacking? We say that yes, we can do things differently because there is something lacking. And what is lacking is the personalization and self-engaged interpretation of artifacts. So what we want to do is to introduce the right narratives to create this personalization and visitor interpretation while visiting a museum. And how do we link users, narrative elements, and media channels? We have an approach that is user-centric by identifying the target audience and understanding their preferences, behaviors, engagement patterns across various media channels, and also by determining the user's role in the narrative, whether as a passive observer, active participant, or both. Also, the narrative design by identifying the key story elements that will distribute across multiple media platforms to create a cohesive narrative experience. Media selection by determining and choosing the proper media channels that align with the story we want to present and the target audience's preferences. Channel integration by designing a narrative architecture that allows users to navigate and explore a story across different media platforms. And of course, user engagement by providing opportunities for user participation, interactivity, co-creation with the transmedia narrative, as well as user-generated content that fosters a sense of immersion in the whole transmedia situation. So, the research has started at the Museum of, Angelos Sikelianos, which is situated in the island of Lefkas. It is a museum about the life and work of Angelos Sikelianos, a very well-known Greek lyric poet and playwright, and his wife, Eva Palmer Sikelianos, which was an American artist and choreographer. The building itself is the house in which Angelos Sikelianos spent his childhood. At the exhibition of the first floor, someone may discover more about Sikelianos as a man, a thinker, and as a poet. Furthermore, someone can get acquainted with his work as well as the Delphic festivals, a series of events that the couple held at the ancient theatre of Delphi, and they played a key role for the lives of both Angelos Sikelianos and Eva Sikelianou, and commemorated ancient Hellenic culture and arts in a modern rendition. On the second floor, someone may become more familiar with the poet's personal life, as well as the life of Eva Palmer Sikelianos, his first wife, and Anna Sikelianou Kampanari, his second wife. It's a rather small museum, and not an extremely well-known, at least in Greece, so it worked perfectly as our first case study for the application of the above-mentioned techniques. The selected items had to meet three criteria. First, they needed to serve as nodes within the museum's collection, connecting with each other to highlight the key elements of the museum's narrative. Secondly, they were required to encompass symbolic significance in their historical interpretation. enabling them to contribute to the narrative forms of free content. Lastly, they had to align with the collections of other museums, ensuring the potential for interlinking different museums' collections in our future research. Here are the selection of the exhibits that we used for the case study, more specifically the funeral mask of Angelos Sikelianos, a lock of Eva Palmer's hair, Anna Sikelianos' wedding dress, the poet's pen, and the mask of a bird from the Eketides tragedy. Let's see now the scenarios. In the first scenario, we have the bird as part of the set of the Eketides tragedy from the Delphi festivals that we said before. The work of the Sicilian Lives and Soul leaves the room and belongs to and acting as a tour guide. So we have this bird that it is actually now acting as a tour guide and walks through the room of the poet's personal life. So during this tour, someone may meet the other 4 objects that we have pre-selected that form the basis of the linear narrative of his life. This script, in particular, uses the objects to create an alternative way of navigating through the space, based on the objects that we have selected in the previous step. The second scenario is a free literary form created based on the symbolism behind the objects. Here in the 3 pictures, someone may see the wedding dress, which is the symbol of love, which converses with a funeral portrait, symbol of death, the second picture, and also with a pen, which is the symbol of creation and art. And in this case, this second level of interpretation of the object is created beyond their factual and historical significance. The third scenario, is a gamification approach, a playful process in which the objects recite poems by other poets whose figures are present on the wall of the museum as persons either contemporary with Sikelianos or as fellow artists who are influenced by him. The visitor, using technology, listens to a poem of the object and must match it with the form of the creator. And this gamification approach is created with a goal to induce wider contact of a visitor with the poetic discourse. So, what are the main insights behind this process that we have applied as a case study until now? First of all, artifacts that may not seem relevant one to another can be connected to a new story related to the museum, but also not related to the museum. Less visited or appreciated artifacts revive with a new role as they serve this new goal of an adaptive story. Each visitor may explore a different interpretation aspect according to the stories told by each artifact and their own experiences and feelings. Personal engagement becomes more intense as the exploration hides in new aspects every time we visit the museum. And the repetition of the visit is really important now because it induces the anticipation of a new story that has not yet been discovered or told. So, in our future work, we want to create a framework of all the above mentioned that enables user participation by allowing them to contribute their own stories, interpretation, or additional information they might want to relate to any artifact. The most important is to create cross-museum linking by establishing connections between artifacts from different museums based on their thematic, historical, or cultural relevance. This can be done through curated storylines, common themes, historical events, and many more, of course. And finally, we will try to create virtual pathways or linkages, and this will be, of course, by the use of Web3, that allow users to navigate seamlessly across these interconnected artifacts in other museums than the one they have initially visited. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Faye. This is very interesting work. Congratulations to all the team. Is there any question from the audience? If there is not, we can proceed with our next talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Dimitrios Traperas with their work Visual Representations of 4-, 5-, and 6-dimensional hyperspheres, an artistic approach based on descriptions in Peter Skipensky's Tertium Organum. Dimitris, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Clean my glasses. Hello, my name is Dimitrios Traperas, and I'm going to present you our paper with Professor Nikolaos Grigorios Kanellopoulos with the title Visual Representations of 4, 5, and 6-dimensional hyperspheres, an artistic approach based on descriptions in Peter Ouspensky's tertium organum. Peter Ouspensky was a philosopher, mathematician, and the author of numerous books on human spiritual development. He invoked Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry in his discussions of psychology and higher dimension of existence. But what is the fourth spatial dimension? The dimensionality of a space is commonly defined in mathematics as the number of coordinates required to uniquely identify each point within that space. In 4D hyperspace, every point can be distinguished by 4 coordinates. The concept of dimensions in mathematics progresses beyond the 3 dimensions that are commonplace in our physical world. The null dimension is represented by a point, as we can see in the top of the presentation. The first dimension is represented by a line, the second dimension is represented by a plane, and our familiar 3D space is represented by the third dimension. However, when it comes to visualizing the fourth spatial dimension, it becomes a complex matter. Mathematicians had developed an understanding of higher dimensional objects, such as the hypercube and the hypersphere, but these are difficult to imagine due to our limited experience with dimensions beyond 3. A 4-step method to approach the hypercube is to begin from 0 dimension up to the 4th spatial dimension as the induction of the geometry of a lower dimension to a higher one. Specifically, if we shift a point by 1 unit in a straight line, then a unit line is created, thus defining the first dimension. If the unit line is shifted by 1 unit in a direction perpendicular to the line, then a unit square is generated, and therefore the second dimension is defined. If the square is shifted by 1 unit in a direction at right angles to both its axes, then the result is a unit cube, and the third dimension is defined. Let us now assume that the cube is shifted in a perpendicular direction to its 3 axes, which does not belong to the familiar 3-dimensional space. This direction cannot be described as we are trapped in perceiving the 3-dimensional space. The hypersolid that's generated by such a shift is a hypercube whose hypersurface consists of 8 cubes. Sorry, there's a video here. Το βίντεο πώς παίζει? Okay. So, the video showcases the rotation of a hypercube in the 4th spatial dimension projected into our familiar 3-dimensional space. Okay. The 4-dimensional hypersphere is a geometric entity defined by a set of points equidistant for a fixed point known as the center. This definition is similar to the definition of a circle in the 2-dimensional plane and a sphere in 3-dimensional space. The same definition applies to higher dimensional hyperspheres such as the 5- and 6-dimensional shapes. Description of 4-, 5-, and 6-dimensional hyperspheres in Peter Ouspensky's book Tertium Organum. In 1911, Ouspensky first published in Russian a major work called Tertium Organum, the third canon of thought, a key to the enigmas of the world. In his book, claims that the organon of Aristoteles and the novum organum of Bacon only formulated the laws under which the subject thinks and the laws under which the object may be known, respectively. the book argued that a new mode of thinking was needed in Western civilization, one that would bring together theories of Eastern and Western mysticism, as well as sacred art and modern science, that would enlighten and move the seeker towards a higher consciousness and a greater understanding of the principles of the universe. The author deals with the problems of space, time, motion, causality, free will, and determination according to the mathematical method. In this book, Ouspensky includes and comments on a presentation by Johann van Manen on 4, 5, and 6-dimensional hypersphere in space. While the 4, 5, and 6-dimensional geometrical hyperspheres do not resemble the figures presented in Ouspensky's book, we created visual art representations of these shapes using the processing programming language. This was due to the scarcity of detailed and significant descriptions of higher dimensional solids found in scientific and mystical literature. Despite van Manen's usage of the terms globes or figures to describe his visualization, we will refer to them as hyperspheres due to their spherical shape. In Chapter 11, Ouspensky refers to occultist Johann van Manen's description of 4-dimensional globe. Among many attempts at the psychological investigation of the 4th dimension, I shall note on one in the book of Johann van Manen's Some Occult Experiences. In this book is a remarkable drawing of a 4-dimensional figure which the author saw by means in his inner vision. This interesting experience van Manen describes in the following way. The 4-dimensional globe can be better described. It was an ordinary 3-dimensional globe, out of which, on each side, beginning at its vertical circumference, bent tapering horns proceeded, which with a circular bend, united with their points above the globe from which they started. The effect is best indicated by circumscribing the numeral 8 by a circle. So these circles are formed, the lower one representing the initial globe, the upper one representing empty space, and the greater circle circumscribing the whole. If it now understood that the upper circle does not exist and the lower small circle is identical with the outer, the impression will have been conveyed, at least to some extent. And here is the schema. On the same page of his book, following his description of the 4-dimensional globe, van Manen provides a visual depiction of his concept. The sketch displays the 3 spheres that compose the figure. 2 inner spheres referred to as full and empty, and an outer full sphere that completes the configuration. In his book, Ouspensky references van Manen 4-dimensional globe and proposes the concept of a dynamic cluster composed of 3 spheres that emerge the vanish from the fixed point. In my opinion, there is much of motion in the figure. The entire figure appears to me as a moving one, continuously regenerating itself, as though it were at the point of contact of the acute ends, coming from there and evolving back there. We have created a visual representation of the dynamic cluster based on the above description. The figure is displayed at the top of the frame and expands to its maximum size before gradually shrinking back to its point of origin. This process is cyclical and repeats itself continuously. The following paragraph depicts van Manen's conceptualization of the 5- and 6-dimensional figures. The 5th-dimensional vision is best described, or rather hinted at, by saying that it looked like an alpine relief map with the singularity that all mountain peaks and the whole landscape represented in the map were one mountain, or again, in other words, as if all mountains had a single base. Utilizing the aforementioned concept, we have developed an interactive art application that simulates the 5-dimensional figure. This software enables the user to manipulate the figure's orientation through the use of an input device such as a computer mouse to facilitate an understanding of the structure. About the six-dimensional figure Van Manen refers. The six-dimensional figure I cannot describe. All I remember of it is that it gave me, at the time, an impression in form of what we might call diversity in unity, or synthesis in differentiation, and explains the difference between the five- and six-dimensional figure. This was the difference between the fifth and the sixth, that in the fifth, the excrescences were in one sense exteriorized and yet rooted in the same unit, but in the sixth, they were differentiated but not exteriorized. They were only different ways identical with the same base, which was the whole. Although Van Manen's description lacks precision, it is assumed that he refers to a system of spheres with a shared outer sphere within which the inner spheres decrease in radius until reaching a central zeroth sphere. This contrasts with the structure of a five-dimensional sphere, which begins with a central sphere of maximum radius and decreases in radius as it moves away from the center. We have developed an interactive art application that stimulates the six-dimensional figure based on this description. Through this application, the user can manipulate the figure by rotating it and navigating within its inner structure, which can aid in comprehending its complex architecture. Conclusion. Oh, not yet. Huh? Not yet. Okay. In regards to Van Manen's observation of the fifth and sixth dimension, Ouspensky claims that there is no indication that they are connected to any realm beyond the four-dimensional space. He suggests that these observations are merely related to the fourth dimension, but the similarities between Van Manen's description and the experiences of certain mysticists, particularly Jacob Boehme, are noteworthy. Conclusions. Despite the limitless potential for mathematicians to furnish us with a comprehensive understanding of hyperspaces, there lies a significant challenge for the general public to grasp the visual appearance of a hypersolid. This challenge has been addressed through the convergence of objective scientific thought and the artistic freedom that results in a practical outcome. A series of cutting-edge audio and visual stimuli made possible through the use of advanced digital technology. The integration of computer science, sensory technology, and artistic expertise has given rise to the creation of a new professional field, that of the techn artist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitrios, for providing us the techn-artist's point of view on hyperspheres. I would like to ask our audience if there is any question that you'd like to do. Okay, there's no question. Thank you again. So, we proceed to our next speaker, Maria Peyotti, from Asylum to Inclusion, the production methodology of an anti-stigma short documentary film about individuals diagnosed with schizophrenia. Thank you very much, Maria.
Thank you. Give me a moment. Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Maria Peyotti and I'm a resident psychiatrist at the General Hospital of Corfu. Alongside my colleague, Mrs. Polixeni Kaimera, who is an incredible psychologist at our department. We are here to present to you the production methodology of an anti-stigma short film documentary which actually stemmed from an idea that a student had, Vasilios Zebilis, who is not actually here with us today. So if you're watching, hi. And it came from an idea to create a short film documentary to combat the stigma surrounding mental health, especially the stigma surrounding people who are diagnosed with schizophrenia. And we thought, what a better way to combat the stigma than to give the chance to a patient of ours who was diagnosed with schizophrenia to speak about himself and to express to us how being diagnosed with schizophrenia affected his life and how the stigma surrounding actually affected his life. Okay. So you may ask, why a documentary? Why we chose that kind of way to combat the stigma? So you can see a list in front of you which answers that question. It can raise awareness in the community. It can help people understand what mental health is all about. It can reduce the negative attitudes and stereotypes surrounding mental health. It can combat stigma. We're going to talk about stigma extensively later in our presentation. It can also promote empathy, inspire people to be educated, to find out, to learn, to know what mental health is all about. It also supports the families of people who are diagnosed with mental health problems and also empowers us therapists to do our job. So, what's stigma? According to Erik Goffman, stigma is a strongly derogatory designation attributed to someone that is extremely difficult to get rid of, that deprives them of the right to be socially accepted fully and forces them to hide the cause of this treatment. Especially when it comes to mental health, stigma is when someone is marked, discriminated, or reduced from being a whole person to being a stereotype or labeled as a collection of symptoms or as just a diagnosis. But in order to fight stigma, we have to know what are the facts. What are the facts and main factors that create that stigma and that enlarge it every single day? So what are those factors? First and foremost, the portrayal of mental health, and especially people with schizophrenia, on the TV, media, filmmaking. I'm sure all of you have watched a movie or a series or a TV article or a news presentation about people with mental health, which tended to be in a more negative kind of way, which tend to present people with schizophrenia as being more violent, as being more dangerous, as being different than we are, which can be nothing further from the truth. Secondly, it's people's knowledge about mental health. People tend to be ignorant. People tend to not know a lot of things about mental health. They tend to assume some things. As we mentioned earlier, it's the fear of violence. Unfortunately, there's a popular belief that people with mental illness are more prone to commit acts of violence. The public's perception of psychiatric patients is that they are dangerous individuals who are often rooted in the portrayal of criminals at the media as crazy individuals, which cannot be further from the truth. A large body of data suggests otherwise. Actually, the crime rate of people with schizophrenia is similar to those of the general public. And more specifically, people with mental illnesses are more likely to be victims of violence than the perpetrator. And another factor that contributes to the stigma is the isolation from society. Let me give a historic background right now. Back before the psychiatric reform in Greece, the psychiatric clinics used to be outside of the city center. Each and every psychiatric clinic, except the Corfus one, were located very far away from the city center. How did this increase stigma? Unfortunately, isolation equals stigmatization. And that doesn't happen only with people with mental health, it happens to several other groups, whether that's incarcerated people, and if we take it back a bit in history, we can talk about people with leprosy, who are isolated and that they're stigmatized because of that. So, in order to fight the stigma, we have to be informed. So what is schizophrenia actually? Schizophrenia is a diagnosis that was first mentioned in the Hippocratic days, and it still, until today, has the same definition. It's a mental health disorder characterized mainly by a disruption in the thought process, the perception, the emotional responses, and the social interaction of the patients. It can be severe and it can be debilitating. Actually, it can start in the third decade of somebody's life, and it is among the 10 leading causes of disability worldwide. Here you can see a number of symptoms that a person with schizophrenia might showcase during their life. The symptoms of schizophrenia come in two big different groups: the positive symptoms and the negative symptoms. The positive symptoms are the symptoms that are acknowledged by their presence. We observe their presence, whether that's hallucinations, whether that's delusional thoughts, and whether that's disorganized speech. And the negative symptoms, where we observe the absence of something, the absence of speech, the flattened and blunt affect, and the lack of initiative by the patient. So, here is how we created that documentary. First and foremost, the most important thing is to do the research, to read books, to be informed, to read articles, and most importantly, speak to patients and to people who have worked their entire lives, especially psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, and be correctly informed about schizophrenia. Second of all, it's all about the concept, to find out where we want to focus the documentary on, the message that the documentary wants to convey, and the format about it. Then we go to the plan and the storyboard. We have to find the structure of the documentary, the visuals, the audio, who want to interview, and other footage that we include. Then we have the film and editing, which is conducting the interviews, filming footages, editing everything, and combining all the film together. In this part, film and editing, in our time, also included having to teach doctors and psychologists how to speak to a camera, because we had no idea how to do so. So that's it. Then we have to review and revise everything. A professional psychologist or psychiatrist had to review it and make sure that all the information that are included are correct and that are presented in the right way, because we want to combat the stigma and not contribute to it. And last is distribute and promote, which is exactly what we are doing right now. We're distributing and showcasing our work. This is the planning stage of the production, the script we have, and that was executed. This is the storyboard that the student created in order to have a visual plan of how the video is going to work out. This is the shot list of all the camera angles, where it was filmed, who talked about it, and a main idea of how everyone's interview went. And here we have a video about the production. Okay, that was the part where the staging happened, the filming happened. It involved setting up the cameras, the lighting, the sound, and teaching us how to speak to a camera, as I mentioned earlier. And this is the post-production stage. This stage is where the film is edited, color granted, sound mix. It also included adding visual effects, music, where it was needed. In our case, at the post-production stage, all the personal data were deleted following the GDP rule, or the General Data Protection Regulations, and once the film is complete, it's time to add the credits. Another part of the post-production. And now you can take a glimpse at our video, a small part of what the video was all about.
γονίτισά μου, έβαζε διάφορες ουσίες στο φαγητό και το έμαθαν οι γονείς μου και απευθύνθηκα στην ψυχιατρική κλινική, όπου και εκεί διαγνώστηκα με σχιζοφρένεια.
Η σχιζοφρένεια είναι μια διαταραχή η οποία περιγράφεται από την εποχή του Ιπποκράτη μέχρι και σήμερα. Έχει σαν βασική διαταραχή την καταρρατήχη της σκέψης.
Αν γίνεται η απομόνωση και η περίκληση και οτιδήποτε είναι αυτό σε σχέση με την υπόλοιπη κοινωνία, δημιουργείται αυτό το στίγμα. Όποιο και αν είναι. Δηλαδή δεν είναι ανάγκη να είναι μόνο ψυχιατρικός ασθενής κάποιος, έτσι. Στίγμα έχουν και φυλακισμένοι, στίγμα είχαν τότε και οι λεπροί. Το στίγμα είναι αυτό που σε απομονώνει από την κοινωνία σου.
Το στίγμα προέρχεται από την ελληνική λέξη στίζιν, που στην ουσία σημαίνει σημάδεμα. Άρα αυτός που κουβαλάει το στίγμα είναι αυτός που είναι ο σημαδεμένος. Το να δημιουργηθεί το στίγμα είναι μια διαδικασία που ουσιαστικά σχετίζεται με τις γνώσεις ή την άγνοια ή την προκατάληψη που έχουμε για έναν άνθρωπο ή για ένα γεγονός. Συνεχίζεται με τις στάσεις, άρα οι στάσεις αυτές δημιουργούν την προκατάληψη και μετά έχουμε τη συμπεριφορά που είναι το αποτέλεσμα του γνωστικού, θα λέγαμε, περιεχομένου μιας κατάστασης ενός ανθρώπου σχετικά με το πώς μπορεί ο ίδιος να συμπεριφέρεται, που μας οδηγεί σε μια διάκριση.
Δηλαδή τι κάναμε μέχρι το 2000. Τους βάζαμε κάπου για να μας ενοχλούν. Τι κάνουμε τώρα? Κάνουμε παρέμβαση στην κοινότητα, με τις κινητές μονάδες μας, παρέμβαση στην εργασία των ασθενών και στην αποκατάσταση. Προσπαθούμε να βρούμε δουλειές για πρώτες πραγματικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Τα καταφέρνουμε? Ναι, φαίνεται ότι τα καταφέρνουμε.
Ποιος ήταν ο στόχος? Ο στόχος ήταν αυτοί οι άνθρωποι που έχουν αυτά τα προβλήματα να αποκτήσουν τις βέλτιστες δεξιότητες, ώστε να μπορούν να μένουν μόνοι τους.
Που έχουν επιθυμίες και τις διεκδικούν.
Ο κόσμος πλέον έχει οριμάσει και μπορεί να καταλάβει ότι οποιοδήποτε μπορεί να νοσήσει.
So, as a conclusion, we wanted to let you know that this project and the entire work wanted to highlight 5 pillars. The first and foremost, the patient's protocol of education in medication compliance. We as psychiatrists, psychologists, and everyone who works in the mental health department of our clinic tries to educate the patients of the importance to getting your medication every single day and acknowledging when you're not feeling well to ask your mental health professional for a consult. Second of all, the psychotherapeutic consultation, the family consulting, and the social rehabilitation, which all 3 of these are under the same umbrella. We educate the family, we psychoeducate all the family, and we try to rehabilitate the person back to society, whether that's through educating everyone in the society and try to help them understand that people are just more than a diagnosis. Just as a person who has diabetes needs their medication, it's the exact same thing as a person with schizophrenia. It just happens to present in just a different way. It's just a diagnosis, just someone that has diabetes, that someone that has blood pressure. It's just a diagnosis, and it shouldn't be that much stigmatizing. And last but not least, combating the stigma against individuals with mental illnesses. I hope I covered our bases, and any questions are more than welcome. Sorry for being nervous, it's my first time.
Thank you very much for this interesting and human-centric approach to eliminate stigma and promote inclusion. If you'd like to make a comment or ask a question, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, we proceed to our next speaker. Just a moment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again. Our next speaker is Stella Klimatsaki. Stella or Dalila? According to our schedule, Stella Klimatsaki is not here with us. Or we can proceed to the next speaker, which is Faye once again. Faye. Could you please come? Thank you. Harnessing artificial intelligence and prompt injection techniques for sustainable management in education and tourism.
Κόλλησε πάλι το ποντίκι. Everything okay? I just took the mouse to the other screen. Perfect. The chair solved everything. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Well, hello again. As already introduced, I am Sofia Maria Ploumenou, and I'm going to present you a new approach that we have recently started to implement in our research, with our research team. So first of all, I would like to share that my research personally, but also as member of our research team, focuses on sustainability. Sustainability in terms of management and specifically in the management of cultural sites. The current objective of our research is to investigate the sustainability process in designing, operating, and managing public spaces. We focus on existing sustainable management methods in relation to two specific United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, namely Goal 4, which is about quality education, and Goal 11, which is about sustainable cities and communities. Within this presentation, though, we explore the combination of a less traditional managerial method by introducing artificial intelligence and prompt injection technique as potential catalysts for enhancing sustainable management in the realms of education and tourism. So, being local, studying and working here in Corfu, we have made extended research on the management issues of the old town of Corfu, which is a World Heritage Cultural Site. The site has been inscribed on UNESCO's list since 2007, and at the time there was a management plan designed to address all the different managerial aspects and issues of the monument. 16 years later, a vast amount of the work that should have been done is still static, and there is always an intense need to see what is going wrong and what we can do differently or better. In the past, we have designed a framework to assist all kinds of stakeholders in the management of the monument using the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. The general idea was to introduce managerial choices which, when applied to solve one problem, do not cause other problems as a chain reaction to other issues. This framework is called Correlate and attempts to combine local management and World Heritage Management plans with the 17 UN SDGs in a way that it combines the local strategic planning in collaboration with experts that analyze and address the actual conditions and needs of the monuments. The framework aligns the proposals of the experts with the 17 SDGs, a process that ensures the completeness check of any new proposed actions with the priorities set by the Agenda 2030 for world peace and prosperity. Also, it allows the development of revision of new proposed actions in cases of change of circumstances or emergencies. And finally, it provides the participation, which is the most important, of several stakeholders with a clearly defined role by creating a sociocentric management process in which the expression of opinion and analysis of needs is separated from any political decisions. The idea behind this framework is to organize a consultation procedure using the Delphi method, which is usually utilized to investigate a complex problem by a group of experts. The experts are used as a source of data due to their specific knowledge in the subject under investigation. With the use of this method, it becomes possible to obtain consensus on the outcome of the final result of any case study, as the experts anonymously, without the views of each other, influencing the views of the other expert. In other words, when a municipality, for example, wants to organize an action plan about a specific topic related to the monument, let's say, for example, waste management, the relevant stakeholder asks relevant experts to cooperate and share thoughts and ideas by filtering them through correlate framework in order to try and solve the problem without risking the outstanding universal value of the monument, which is at the top of the pyramid, and in relevance with the sustainability criteria given by UN and the Sustainable Development Goals, which is a process quite challenging in general. So, since the success of the framework lies a lot on the background and expertise of the actors involved, in order to assist the knowledge of the actors and to give more insight on the issues to be addressed, we decided to use artificial intelligence to investigate whether it can be a helpful tool during the process of correlate framework. It's a fact that AI, artificial intelligence, has the potential to help organizations and communities make more informed decisions and take more effective actions based on data-driven insights. In the context of management, AI can be used to analyze large data sets and identify patterns and trends that might not be immediately apparent to human decision makers. And AI was used during our research along with the technique of prompt injection. So, prompt injection is commonly used in tasks such as text generation, question answering, and language interpretation and translation, where the AI system must accurately understand and respond to complex natural language inputs. By injecting additional information into the prompt, AI systems can generate more accurate and relevant responses, improving the overall performances of the system. So in our thoughts, when dealing with a complex problem where different experts, stakeholders, and opinions are involved, the option to introduce even more ideas deriving from AI was a challenge that should be further analyzed, and certainly it should not be ignored. The question was, which are the questions that someone should make in order to get the optimum of results? Results that are indeed helpful and have a positive impact and do not cause chaos as they might be irrelevant or generic. The main and most important rule is that we do not want artificial intelligence to think for us. We have experts for that. What we wanted is to be able to see more and more ideas and options that experts maybe not consider or are not familiar with. And that was the beginning of the research, trying to identify what would be the sequence of prompts introduced at an AI chatbot and how these prompts would be further reintroduced to create more content and ideas. So the process in practice was initially implemented as follows. First, we chose two different chatbots from the existing ones. The GTP, which mainly works by taking an in-text input and generating more text based on a user's prompt, and Perplexity, which focuses on generating language which is understandable and more human-like. It does this by utilizing a variety of techniques such as neural machine translation and natural language processing. Then we applied some prompts, the same prompts, to both bots. Prompt by prompt, we added information and parameters in order to get more and more concrete results. And finally, we tried to compare those results and also assisted to make a comparison with past ideas that were derived while using the correlate framework. So let's see a paradigm of how this process evolves stage by stage. Of course, the results that we are presenting you now are only part of the whole choices given by the bots. In the initial prompt, we used a generic question about sustainable management and public spaces. And as you can see, the results are as generic as the initial prompt. No one, expert or not, can easily go to further analysis from those results. When adding the parameter of World Heritage Sites in the equation, AI results start to be more formative and relevant. We see with the green color some prompt generating ideas. And then we go further and we add the monument itself in the prompt, Old Town of Corfu, and the evolution starts to show with a red color. We have marked some of the main differences from the previous results. And so on, while inserting more parameters, such as the 4th UN Sustainable Goal, we see more detailed replies and ideas, and certainly more relevant to the topic that we initially want to address. Like here, for example, the more detail we try to use, the more concrete results we get from both the chatbots. So the thing is that when we have too much involved, such as sustainability, experts, correlate, framework, World Heritage, when too much is involved, some clarity is needed in order to really try to solve and address a managerial issue, which by far does not have a right or wrong answer, just different options, ideas, and outputs. The main insights until now is that artificial intelligence can actually be used to align with experts' opinions and ideas. The fact that AI can process fast and hopefully accurately a lot of data is a parameter that should be further included in the process of decision-making. Also, AI can be really helpful in terms of sustainability, especially by tailoring actions and initiatives, thus leading to a sustainable management of resources, time, and money. Of course, we cannot replace human experts with AI, and AI should not be considered a panacea, since it clearly is not. Human experts have their personal insights to offer, and apart from their professional or educational expertise, they have their thoughts, which are vastly transformed by their personal experiences and not data. But AI could be a really helpful tool when trying to offer a new window of options, or in the case of correlate, another expert, like an extra expert, that would offer data-driven insights in conjunction with all the other experts' insights. So, our next steps, we will try to conclude the research by using the same technique for the same issue, public spaces management, but regarding all the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Also, we will include indicators in the evaluation process of the SDGs as a parameter of the prompts that we are going to ask. The goal is to create a concrete methodology on how to choose the correct prompts in order to get the more relevant replies and answers according to the issue we have to address. And hopefully we will have a case scenario with sustainable impact that could really make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there any question? Well, Stella Klimatsaki. Oh, she's here with us. Stella Klimatsaki will present to us their work challenging issues in audiovisual narrative, inserting the biological dimension in film analysis of incest. Thank you, Stella.
Just a moment, please. Can you help me?
Is it on PDF?
It's here.
It is a PDF.
No, it's a presentation.
Did you double click on it or not yet? Ψάχνουμε το... Okay. It's not recognized.
Very sorry for that.
It's an audio artwork. Give us a moment.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here again. I am Stella Klimatsaki, PhD candidate in the Ionian University. My research focuses on the representation of incestuous relationships in world cinema, and today I will be presenting a paper regarding the incest in audiovisual narratives, and particularly the biological dimension in film analysis of incest. The presentation is divided in 3 sections. First section is centered on the introduction of the key elements of the presented paper. Incest is the sexual intercourse or the marriage among close relatives, and it is universally prohibited. Regardless of the definition given to the term close relatives from different ethnic populations and social groups, the prohibitions include relatives by blood and marriage of first, second, third, and usually of 4th degree, as well as of second type, which stands for sexual intercourse between a single partner and 2 blood relatives of the same sex. Today, incest is still forbidden and leads to criminal prosecution, but as recent research indicates, it is practiced among various populations and cultures around the world. In many mythical narrations, such as Celtic, Japanese, Hindu, Greek, and Eurasian mythologies, incest is mentioned as a necessary practice of the humankind progenitors, and it is a topic that already exists in the beginning of oral traditions, in written text, as well as in marital practices. In medieval scholastic writings of Augustine and Aquinas, incest is referred as sin. Nevertheless, up until 19th century, incestuous marriages among members of royalty were a commonplace for reasons of wealth, power, and strategic coalitions. Both in literature and in film narrative, incest has been either an implicated part or a central point of reference. Although the subject matter of incest is a very, very difficult topic to be illustrated, there are films that not only have dealt with it, but as well have been accoladed in many international film festivals. The majority of films regarding incest in audiovisual narrations illustrate the stories of individuals who involved in incestuous relationships, either by choice or via rape, and the individual, familiar, and social parameters of incestuous relationships and their aftermaths. Specifically, they represent the transforming process of a familiar relationship into a sexual relationship, mainly in a dual bisected-based analysis, social family and social individual analysis and interaction, leaving unexplored any other potential parameters to individuals' involvement in incest. As far as incest in animals, we call it inbreeding, during the last decade, the widespread assumption of inbreeding incest avoidance in animals and its correlation to inbreeding depression has been questioned. Researchers have detected that such assumption possibly stems under the biased human moral judgment of incest because meta-analysis research findings, genetic datasets, experimental settings, and detailed behavior observations of a variety of species do not seem to verify that inbreeding avoidance in animal taxa is a given. We talk about species like snails, spiders, fish, birds, rodents, and other mammals. Contrary to the concept of animals inbreeding avoidance, it is shown that the exact opposite, inbreeding toleration, may appear as a mating system that reduces the cost of outbreeding, for example, the high cost of dispersal, the risk of potential injuries because of violent encounters, the limited mating opportunities with non-related animals. Moreover, inbreeding toleration can increase under some conditions the productive success of the herd by decreasing the possibility of conspecific hybridization. In the light of these recent research findings on non-human reproductive behavior, a thought-provoking question is risen about humans' behavior in similar situations. Considering that sexual act is above all an instinctive primal act intertwined with the urge of survival, do humans regress to an instinctive behavior, or do social and cultural norms prevail in cases of limited access to extramarital affairs? During the second section, the biological dimension of incest, as it is featured on the geographical, morphological, and time obstacles, will be presenting in film analysis. I will try to show the possible ways these obstacles influence the behavior of the individuals involved in these relationships. Two films will be examined, which include such obstacles in their storylines. The first film is Beautiful Kate, directed by Rachel Ward in 2009. Beautiful Kate illustrates the story of a middle-aged writer, Ned Kendall, who returns to his family home, a remote and isolated house located somewhere in rural Australia, to say goodbye to his dying father. Ned finds himself overwhelmed by childhood and especially adolescent memories, depictions of the peculiar bond with his twin sister Kate, of her sexual provocations toward him, and of their sexual encounter, as well as instance of Kate's accidental death following by her brother's Cliff suicide, portray a highly disordered family condition, a condition that is further perplexed by Kate's concurrent incestuous relationship with both Ned and Cliff, her brothers, as the former is informed by his younger sister confession, Sally, in the present. The film closes with Sally and Ned comes to terms with the truth of incestuous relationship within their family without conveying it to their father. It is interesting that both films' opening and first scenes are subjective long shots and long takes of empty highways, which imply as well as signify film's context of geographical, societal, and humans' isolation. Illustrations of the present, dark avenues in the dead of the night, few houses with minimum outer lights, and quite dim landscapes, the uncultivated land, the scattered around and abandoned agricultural machineries, the dirty, dried banks of the dam, and the rusted, almost demolished warehouse. And illustrations of a standstill past, the vague images of distant mountains which surround the protagonist's family house, the house situated in the middle of an arable plain, the almost complete lack of other humans except protagonist's family members. All these shape a closed family system with no appearance of other family members and friends. These stylistic and aesthetic elements portray visually both societal and spatiotemporal limitations as viewers perceive the continuous isolating reality through protagonist Ned depicted memories. The remote geographical location of protagonist's house prevents offspring mating opportunities, forcibly turning them into an introvert-family interaction. As depicted in Christmas celebrations accounts, the center of social life is far away, accessible only by car. Thus, offspring sexual copulation, which depends on the out-of-family socialization, is inadequate. Time seems to be mobilized due to offspring limited experience outside family house and family's repeated everyday life. The second film is Cell, directed by Scott Graham in 2012. Cell, is the homonymous heroine, is an adolescent female who lives with her epileptic father in an isolated petrol station at the Scottish Highlands. Except few passing regular customers, the place is silent and secluded, especially during winter. Cell has a bizarre erotic incident with a customer and subcutaneous repeated sexual encounters with her father. Later, she starts a relationship with a young customer. Such incidents illustrate her emotional and corporeal sexual awakening, whereas her chasing of a customer's car support her need to flee away from this environment and landscape. After a father's epileptic seizure, he and Cell share one more awkward sexual encounter that is not fulfilled by sexual intercourse, despite its obvious preliminaries. Later, when father realizes that he is a burden to her and possibly guilty of his sexual stimulation, he commits suicide by falling in front of a passing truck. Cell is devastated, but the next day leaves the place. In Cell film, stylistic and aesthetic elements are the illustration of the raw physical surroundings of Scottish Highlands and their massive obstructive appearance. The pictures of long routes of empty avenues and limited human presence. The coexistence of the warm lighting in natural landscape within the whitish face of film's characters, which strengthen the primacy of the landscape. The repetitive sounds of environmental, mechanical, and humans activity sounds. The repetitive soundscape of environmental, mechanical, and humans activity sounds combined with protagonists' silences. The small presence of the house door in relation to the domineering presence of the natural landscape. The prevailing image of the desolated avenue. Avenue's lack of motion signifies the stillness of time. As in beautiful Kate film, stylistic and aesthetic elements do not only illustrate the outer context of the film, but also its subcontext, as they represent the societal and spatiotemporal limitations of the female protagonists. The geographical location of protagonist's house limits her choice in mating opportunities due to its remoteness. Geographical, morphological, and weather conditions of the Highlands' dense mass keep female protagonists almost immobilized into a repetitive everyday life cycle, loneliness, and boredom. As an isolated youngster in the place, her emotional needs of inclusion and corporeal sexual needs cannot be fulfilled. It seems as if the landscape is the holder of her spatiotemporal reality. The third and last part of the presentation refers to conclusion. By inspecting these two films, I try to show in what ways geomorphological and time obstacles transformed in biological aspects and combined with subsequent social inaccessibility affect protagonists by intriguing their sexual behavior. In a similar way, biological aspects affect animals. These are my conclusions. It is suggested that the analyzed obstacles played an important role in protagonist incestuous inclination in the context of their limited access to the outer world and its most important goods, other individuals. It is also suggested that under the specific geomorphological and temporal obstacles, protagonists reacted instinctively as any other being would have done in the absence of any other alternative, I turn to inbreeding, incest. In one film, Cell film, incest contact reduces the safety risk of the group formed by Cell and her father due to the latter's illness. Thus, the postulation of recent research findings which support that in situations of augmentative cost to the safety of the group, animals falls in inbreeding, seems to apply in humans as well. Indeed, after father's death, female protagonist flees away as she can perform the also primordial instinctive act of dispersal, same as animals' instinctive act. As far as social and cultural norms are concerned, it is noted that they do not seem to prevail, at least not before the incestuous encounter. It is interesting that in both films, among the 3 males and 2 females involving in incest, 2 of the male commit suicide as it seems out of guilt or remorse for the incestuous relationships, while the 3rd one absconds. It is also very interesting that in both films, the incestuous initiator is the female gender. Is it possible because female gender ensures the biological continuity of the species through parturition? A further study in the biological dimension of all cinematic illustrations of incestuous relationships compared to the research findings about the phenomenon of incest could examine the degree and the depth of this hypothesis. That's all. Thank you for your attention, and sorry for the previous one that I was missing.
It was no problem because Faye was ready to fill the gap.
Thank you.
So you don't have to worry about it. Thank you very much. Is there any question or comment? No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will invite once again Dimitrios Traperas to present us the Plato allegory of the cave and hyperspaces, sonic representation of the cave as a four-dimensional acoustic space via an interactive art application. Dimitrios, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Έχει επενεργοποιήσει το... Έχεις λίγο... Έχει επενεργοποιήσει το... Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Okay, good afternoon again. My name is Dimitrios Traperas, and I present you our paper with Nikolaos Grigorios Kanelopoulos and Andreas Floros with the title Plato's Allegory of the Cave and Hyperspaces, Sonic Representation of the Cave as a four-dimensional acoustic space via interactive art application. So there's a possible connection between ancient Greek philosopher Plato and hyperspaces, since the mathematician and philosopher of hyperspaces Charles Howard Hinton expanded the meaning of the shadows in the allegory of Plato's cave as projections of 4D objects onto 3D space. In the current paper, we propose an additional connection between Plato's cave and hyperspaces as a four-dimensional acoustic space based on the characteristics of the four-dimensional sound as described by scientists, and additionally, we describe this acoustic hyperspace via an interactive installation application. So, Plato's depiction of the allegory of the cave can be found in his work, Republic, Politia. In the seventh book, Socrates, in his dialogue with Glaucon, imagines humans located in an underground dark cave, immobilized with chains on the legs and neck. Since they are not able to turn their heads, they can only see the cave wall in front of them. Behind these people, at a distance and at a higher level, there's a fire. Other humans, statues, and animal figures are placed behind these chained people, and the glow of the fire casts the corresponding shadows in front of the chained people on the cave wall. These shadows are the only images that these people can perceive, and therefore they assume they form their existing world. Mathematician and philosopher of hyperspaces Charles Howard Hinton described Plato's cave allegory as a 4D space, claiming that as the shadow of the 3D object is a 2D shape, similarly, the shadow of a 4D hyperobject is one dimension less, that is a 3D object. However, I'll explain to you once again what precisely constitutes the fourth spatial dimension. The dimensionality of a space is commonly defined in mathematics as the number of coordinates required to uniquely identify its point within that space. In 4D hyperspace, every point can be distinguished by 4 coordinates. The null dimension is represented by a point. The first dimension is represented by a line. The second dimension is represented by a plane. And our familiar 3D space is represented by the third dimension. A 4-step method to approach the hypercube is to begin from a 0th dimension. If we shift a point in a straight line, then a line is created, thus defining the first dimension, as we can see in this image A. If now the line is shifted in a direction perpendicular to the line, then a unit square is generated, and therefore the second dimension is defined. So now we shift this square at right angles to both its axes, and the result is the cube, and the third dimension is defined. And now is the difficult step, is that we shift the cube in a perpendicular direction to its three axes, which does not belong to the familiar three-dimensional space. This direction, unfortunately, cannot be described as we are trapped in perceiving the three-dimensional space. So there's a hypersolid that's generated, and this is the hypercube that consists of a hypersurface that has 8 cubes. And once again, the video showcases the rotation of a hypercube in the fourth spatial dimension that is projected in our familiar 3D space. Now, the projection of the hypercube onto 3D space is easy to understand when applying the deductive method to understand the interaction of a 3D cube in a 2D plane. If we hold a semi-transparent 3D cube here, so the light casts its shadow on a flat surface, it is possible, while turning it, to project different 2D shadows patterns on the flat surface, and if the light comes at a vertical angle from a point near the cube, as shown in the figure A, then a 2D shadow is formed. Now we can go a level up, and in figure B, we can see the shadow of a specific 3D projection of a hypercube. I cannot draw a hypercube because I don't know how it's like. It's in 4D space, but I can imagine that it has a 3D projection that has a hypersurface of 8 cubes. Now, what this has to do with Plato's cave? The authors of this concept have extended this argument and posit that the manner in which sound reflects off the walls of the cave and is perceived as a three-dimensional acoustic space by restrained individuals shares numerous similarities with the properties of four-dimensional acoustic space. This claim is supported by mathematical evidence provided by scientists. Socrates makes a reference to this concept in the 7th book of Plato's Republic. And it says, what if the prison had an echo from the wall in front of them? Every time one of the people passing by spoke, do you suppose they'd believe the source of the sound to be anything other than the passing shadow? What are the commonalities between the echoing of the cave and the characteristic of a four-dimensional sound wave? When a wave is propagated in the familiar 3D space, we observe that if a source, a lamp for example, is lit for exactly 3 seconds, an observer standing at some distance from the source shall see the lamp's light lasting for 3 seconds. The same goes for waves of other type, as in our case a sound wave. This is a property featured by dimensions 1 and 3 only. A wave in this dimension is propagated in a steady velocity and brings about the aforementioned result. For example, in the second spatial dimension, if a wave is generated, let's say, by a pebble thrown in the surface of a still pond, one would expect for a radial wave to be created, which would move away from the source, that is the point where the pebble was thrown, without any distortion on the surface before or after the wave. Our experience, however, suggests that the water surface will not be still within the circle. This is That is, the surface of the pond enclosed by a radial main wave will be distorted by waves of smaller amplitude that follow the main wave and attenuate some time later. Accordingly, in terms of 4D space, we expect that, just as in the case of the second dimension of space, some initial stimulation may cause a distortion which will be propagated in the form of the main wave followed by secondary waves of lower intensity. In the context of 4D space, it can be observed that when a lamp is illuminated for precisely 3 seconds, an observer will perceive the lamp's light persisting for a duration of 3 seconds, which will subsequently be succeeded by secondary luminescent emissions of reduced intensity. In order to facilitate a clearer comprehension of the aforementioned concept, we have developed an interactive art application that provides a representation of Plato's cave as 4-dimensional acoustic space. We have devised an interactive art application. In this space, individuals who are restrained experience an echo effect when hearing authentic voices due to the propagation of sound waves through 4-dimensional space. What would be the outcome if one of the individuals bound by constraints were to break free and move through the cave? This concept is also alluded to by Socrates in the 7th book of Plato's Republic. Think what the release from the chains and the cure for their ignorance would be like. One of them was untied and compelled suddenly to stand up, turn his head, start walking, and look towards the light. He'd find all these things painful. Because of the glare, he'd be unable to see these things whose shadows he used to see before. Our interactive art application enables the unrestricted movement of human subjects, allowing them to traverse a 4-dimensional acoustic space at variable speeds ranging from 0 to supersonic velocities. This movement results in an auditory experience where sounds are echoed and shifted towards higher frequencies as the subject approaches the source and toward lower frequencies as they move away from the source.
Ότι μεν γουνείς ο άντρες Αθενάοι, πεπούντατε υποτούν εμούν κατεγόραν ουκούιδα. Εγώ δούμε, καιαουτός ουπαουτούν, ολίγου εμαουτούν επελατούμεν, ούτω πιθανός έλαβουν. Καίτου, αλλά τέσγε πως εκοσιεπήν ούντεν ηρέτες. Μάλιστα εν τάουλες, των πολλών χων ψέουσαν, ούτω εν χούν έλαβουν, πως κρέμονες του λαβίνστα, με κουπεμούν εξαπατέτευε, πως δίνοντας δίκρα. Καμία έσκουν, ότι αουτήκα, είπε μου εξελευθέρωσουν. Είναι άρτη πονταλούς
Conclusions. There exists a potential correlation between the ancient Greek philosopher Plato's works and hyperspaces in the context of the allegory of the cave. Charles Howard Hinton expanded upon the meaning of the shadows in Plato's allegory, describing them as projections of 4-dimensional objects onto 3-dimensional space. In light of mathematical evidence provided by scientists, we posit that the manner in which sound reflects on the walls of the cave as described by Plato, shares numerous similarities with the characteristic of four-dimensional acoustic space. We have represented this acoustic hyperspace via an interactive installation application, which enables the user to experience traversal through the four-dimensional Plato's cave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitrios, once again for sharing with us the experience of higher dimensions. Is there any question? Oh, we have a question, so. Barbara, Lucas, please, just a moment.
On acoustic, there is the properties of the sound in the fourth and the third dimension is when you make a sound, you hear the same sound in whatever distance you are. But in the other dimension, dimension 2, 4, 5, or 6, we have secondary waves. That's like an echo when you are in a cave. And the part of this presentation is that we have a second similarity between the 4D space and Plato's allegory. The first are the shadows, that the projection of a 3D object is a 2D shadow, like mine here, and in 4 dimension, the shadow is a 3D object, like what described Plato in his allegory. And we found that there's another similarity, that the 4-dimensional sound is exactly what the sound in a cave, we can listen in a cave.
It's like a 360.
It's like an echo.
Camera. Yeah, like
if you have an echo. Now, sorry.
Yeah.
You can hear me now. That's the 4-dimensional
like an echo.
sound.
But also you hear the barking, and it's like levels of sound that comes and goes.
It's the reflection of the walls. But it's the same in the...
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Varvara and Dimitrios. Is there any other question? So that was our last presentation for this session. I'm looking forward to attending our next session, and I welcome our dear colleague Renata Dalianoudi to chair it. Renata, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here.
Good evening to everybody. I welcome you at the 4th session with the title Audiovisual Challenges and Creative Applications. The first speaker is Mr. Christos Tsakiridis. Mr. Christos Tsakiridis is in charge of the newly established visual department of the Greek National Opera. He's been involved with the pro audio and video business, participated in more than 5,000 recordings and CD releases, and he has collaborated in TV live broadcast recordings as a musical director tonemeister for the national TV channel ERT. The title of his presentation is A Night at the Opera. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. taking the opportunity from the last presentation, let me say that how amazing, I just realized how amazing our relatives, ancient relatives were. I just realized that Plato have described visual projections thousands of years ago. So it's amazing what our relatives, ancient relatives did. So, A Night at the Opera. Opera has never been afraid to go big. Big voices, big characters, and big theatrical sets. Even though many opera houses are clearly demonstrations of civic pride, they never seem quite big enough to contain opera grand ambitions. Those four walls are just too small. So opera increasingly turns to projection as a way of breaking the constraints of a conventional stage and proscenium arch, working on theater's proven maxim, if you can make it bigger, make it look bigger. Zurich Opera House was the first opera house in Europe to use electric light, and it entered the digital projection age with the enthusiasm of a diva's debut. While opera houses worldwide use technology to free themselves from the stage rectangle, opera has discovered it doesn't always need a dedicated venue. With a 28,000 lumen 4K resolution projector waiting in the wings, it can stage operas with widest horizons. Significantly, that allows opera to reach wider audiences. Does it really matter if you can't follow the plot or the lyrics when the sound and the spectacle sweeps you up? Opera has always loved an immersive experience and always had ambitions beyond a simple stage. Maybe video projection is the next act in its search for the ultimate grand finale. For those not familiar with theatrical video projection, let's look at the new terms that we meet on stagecraft and the new professions that have been introduced into the vocabulary when we refer to the factors of an opera production nowadays. Projection design is taken to mean any form of video or film used in a live performance, no matter whether the imagery is moving or still, whether it is digital or analog, or if it is projected via a video projector, TV, or LED wall, it's all grouped together under the one term. Afterwards, let's consider the participants in the effort to create a unique spectacle, saying a few words about their role. A person who practices the art of video design is often known as a video designer. However, naming conventions vary around the world, and so practitioners may also be created as projection designer, media designer, cinematographer, or video director, amongst others. The projection designer creates, manipulates, and displays digital and moving images, still photos, film footages for live performances and events. Projection designers work with other set design elements to create the setting in order an opera production story to unfold, working with directors, dramaturgists, technicians, and other designers. The important role of the video projection designer, his relationship with the stage director and set designer, as well as his contribution to the development of the dramaturgy of a show, create a new professional orientation with perspectives. Projection mapping, similar to video mapping and spatial augmented reality, is a projection technique used to turn objects, often irregularly shaped, into display surfaces for video projection. The objects may be complex industrial landscapes, such as buildings, small indoor objects, or theatrical stages. Using specialized software, a 2- or 3-dimensional object is specially mapped on the virtual program which mimics the real environment it is to be projected on. The software can then interact with the projector to fit any desired image on the surface of the object. The technique is used by artists and advertisers who can add extra dimensions, optical illusions, and notions of movement onto previously static objects. The video is commonly combined with or triggered by audio to create an audiovisual narrative. In recent years, the technique has also been widely used in entertainment tools. So let's look at the design for an opera. Several months before the presentation of an opera to the public, planning begins by the creative team of the production. The usual prime creative team consists of the conductor, the director, the set designer, the costume designer, the light designer. This creative team is now joined by specialties such as the kinesiology director, sound designer, and video projection designer. Usually, from the beginning of planning this production of an opera, it is decided whether there will be video projections in the performance, so the collaboration between the stage director, set designer, lighting designer, and video projection designer begins. The development of theatrical plot that the director wants to interpret leads the set designer to the construction of the theatrical scenery. Then, with the cooperation of the video designer, preparation begins for the video projections that will be shown on the stage, on the backdrop, or as a background. An important part of the design is the selection of the appropriate equipment for the reproduction of the video projections, as well as the position of the equipment in its production. As we do not normally project on a cinema screen, projection surface determine the light power that the selected projector should have. The resolution of the video or photo to be projected is another decisive factor for the correct evaluation of the equipment to be chosen, while the mounting position with the coverage of the surface required each time, combined with the power of light needed, determine the appropriate lens to be selected. Especially in opera, the placement of the appropriate projectors should serve the best possible position for the video projections, taking into consideration the opera singers who should not be disturbed by the light they produce. For today's presentation, I have chosen 3 different opera productions of the Greek National Opera as a representative sample of the work we prepare for our audience. For the Greek National Opera recent production of Mozart's Don Giovanni, in collaboration with the Danish National Opera and Göteborg Opera, production planning began 2 years prior to the first performance. The stage performance of the opera relocates the plot of the play to a hotel. The theatrical set consisted of 2 movable towers on each side of the stage, with 2 windows on the upper side of each tower, where there were video projections. In addition, 2 movable hanging walls with windows, each of different dimensions, complete the multi-level theatrical scenery. Video projections were made through the windows of the wall at different heights and distances from the video projectors. The theatrical setting was complemented by a cyclorama in the background where video projections were made on a specific scene of the opera. Video preparation was designed and created by British video artist, cinematographer, and projection designer Will Duke, while video projection programming, video mapping, and system design was carried out by Dan Trenchard. In the following photos, we see a sample of the design of the video projections that were being prepared to be shown on the stage long before the production began stage rehearsals. We see here the upstage flown window wall with 8 windows opening. And here is the downstage flown window wall with 6 windows opening. This is our drawings. The design drawings, as we see, include technical details about the model of projectors to be used, the lens for each projector, the installation distance of each projector from the projection surface, as well as the installation height. The coverage area on the stage, the resolution of the video projection, as well as the brightness that will be projected have also been calculated in details. The final result is presented in the following photos as well as in the short video from the premiere of the opera. We see here photos from the wall with projections on the windows, and here is the back projection on the cyclorama. In the windows you see are video projections with mapping and a lot of work. The musical fairy tale, The Emperor's Nightingale, by the Greek composer Elena Platonos, was another production of the Greek National Opera, combining opera with animation, which gave another dimension to the video projections of a performance to the Greek audience. In this production, the only set was a wall consisting of seven moving parts that moved vertically in 3 different positions, plus a single video projection panel mounted above the wall. You see here the different positions of the panel in each scene. The single video projection panel was designed to consist of a special perforated projection cloth with defined specifications, so that with overhead lighting, singers behind it will be seen during the performance. You see here the singer upstairs there, behind the projection. In addition, there were some portable panels that served the stage direction, on which video projections were also carried out. At the wall and panels were painted, all the walls and panels were painted with special type of paint to properly reflect the light from the video projector. The animation was designed by the Greek award-winning director-animator Irini Vianelli, while the video mapping was prepared by the also Greek Michalis Kloukinas. Any changes made by the stage director during rehearsals then required corresponding animation change interventions and consequently a different approach to video mapping. And here the final result is presented in the following photos as well as in the short video from the video recording of the opera that was made as a part of its presentation by the GNO TV online channel created by the Greek National Opera. Last Tuesday, the performance of the opera Medea by Luigi Cherubini ended. This major international GNO co-production with 3 leading North American opera houses, the Metropolitan Opera in New York City, the Canadian Opera Company, and the Lyric Opera of Chicago, opened the tribute of the Greek National Opera for the centenary of the birth of Maria Callas. The main theatrical scenery for this production consisted of 2 opening V-shaped walls with a huge tilting mirror as a background. You see here the V-shaped walls with the mirror on the background. This is the drawing, and this is the walls here. You can see the 2 V-shaped walls. The video projections in this production were projected on the floor, reflecting the image on the mirror. So the video projector had to be hung from a truss at a suitable calculated height within the theater settings. You see with the yellow arrow, it's the position of the projector, and the other arrow showing the angled mirror. Due to the low height placement of the projectors, the exact position had to be calculated in detail in order to have the required illumination strength to project through the mirror. For this reason, the use of 4 video projectors was chosen, which will be placed vertically on the stage so that we will have the right dimensions in height and width for the video projections. As we can see in the related photo here, the 2 video projectors were placed in stack at an angle of 12 degrees on the left side of the truss, covering the right side of the stage, while the other 2 on the exact opposite side at the same angle, covering the left side of the stage. The 2 images produced by the 4 video projectors were combined in the center to create one image. The brightness that will be projected on the floor had been calculated with precision before installation. In the final stages of video mapping, as shown in the photos, the final adjustments of the projected materials and blending image of the video projectors was made using a line pattern. The final result of the blended image of all 4 projectors was quite impressive, with a reflection through the mirror. Following are some photos from the performance of the opera, as well as a short video. All the background you see is a mirror. From the sample of work that I presented to you today, the importance of video projections in the field of theatre, ballet, and opera is obvious. The expertise now required in the field of video projection design is growing progressively. It is therefore up to higher education to advance and involve the field of video projection design, which was the cause for today's presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Tsakiridis, for your very interesting, impressive presentation. And let me ask the audience if there are any questions on Mr. Tsakiridis' presentation. Yes, please. Mrs. Yannis Deligiannis, and then the lady in front.
Your presentation. I'd like to ask about the last example with the mirrors. Did you do this in order to create this kind of holographic effect so that you can see the particles in the fire and the effects through the light or not?
It was stage director expression of the feelings of Medea through the mirror. So the projection designer was Mrs. Tucker, I didn't mention it, I think, just had to adapt to the director's needs the projections.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Barbara Dukas, I'm director, and I want to ask you if you believe also that depending on fixed projections, that is a part of the scenery of the set design or the desires of the director's expression. As you show us, then the first image, it was from Offenbach, from Verlikovsky's play, that uses also cameras and cameraman inside the whole show, involving also the dramaturgy, and that they can take one face or one movement from a special actor or singer they want, and reflect also drives the eye of the spectator to what to the place that the director wants the time that the show goes on. Do you believe this is a destructive medium for a spectator of the opera, or is it an immersive one?
It can be. It depends on the director. And because you mentioned Mr. Verlikovsky's production, because I did a lot of productions also with live video and with live camera. It's very tricky. So, especially in this production, it was an extraordinary use of live camera. Again, to show to the audience the emotions of the main character, was Hoffman, and it was amazing. So it depends on the use of the director and the stage set collaboration of the director to express this without disturbing the play, the opera, or whatever they want to show.
Yeah. It's more and more an augmented dramaturgy on the plays, because Mr. Verlikovsky also does it in theater plays.
Yes.
In theater. But I don't know in opera when the song is more powerful than acting, I think. It's a bit.
I will tell you this to give you how when the director has a specific image of what he wants to show. We had the problem of the synchronization. When we're projecting through the camera, you can imagine it wasn't possible to have the singing voice in the same sync with the picture. And I said that to Mr. Verlikovsky, and he said, doesn't matter. This is not the point for me. I want to explain that was, if you, I don't know if you saw the specific opera, the close-ups he did. He didn't want to give, and I think the audience didn't receive this, they didn't distracted from the picture. Yeah. They received the emotions of the moment.
And then always, in now times, we build operas. They write new operas with AI technology or yes. More and more technology in the opera.
Yes, and especially as soon we have the construction of the sets are very expensive. Yes. The projections gain effort. That's why I said it's.
No, I was wondering if in the classical opera, yep. The invention of technology, what is
yes,
the perception of the audience? Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Are there any questions? So, may I ask you something?
Yes.
I guess the use of the video mapping in opera performances is used not only for decorative reasons, but for functional reasons. Yep. Let me ask you something about it. Is this choice is this alternative solution because of financial reasons? I mean, material scenery is cheaper or no? No. So anyhow, they would choose it, you mean?
They choose it because they have
many
of different options. Without to be too expensive.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next presentation. I'm inviting Mr. Ioannis Deligiannis, who is Associate Professor here in Ionian Islands, University in Ionian Islands, Audiovisual Department. Mr. Ioannis Deligiannis is the representative of the team, consisted of Ioannis Deligiannis, Mr. Ioannis Toulis, Raffaele Longo, and Minas Pergantis. The title of the presentation is Extending the Nuisance Project from the Music Industry to the Wider World of Performances. We're all ears.
Thank you very much, Renata. Good evening, everyone. This is a project that it's about performances. So I'll go right into it. It's the Nuisance project, something new, not in the sense of the design, but in the sense of how we actually needed to implement it. Because about a year ago, we got this invitation to collaborate together with Yannis Toulis and the other colleagues from different universities and try to find which are the essential characteristics that make up a performance. How can you describe to third parties, to others, all the components that need to come together from a technological perspective and design a performance the way you want to do it? And how can you replicate that? How can you move it around and give that knowledge to others? So, we're not looking only at music, but we're looking at audiovisual production and the industry in the whole. And we try to see what actually a performance is. So I have a link here, but maybe from the control you may need to... No, I'll just skip this for now, and we can see it at the end. Let's see some details about the project. The reason I'm skipping it is it's very loud and strange. So the research focuses on the following questions. How does the technological revolution impact the music higher education sector? We are all in the sector, but it affects different parties in a different way. We saw a lot of development during the COVID period because we had to use technologies, and some were able to cope, some were not at the same pace. So at some point, we need to be able to share the knowledge that we got to third parties. How can we use technologies for education? And I have a case study here to explain. What are the pedagogical and didactical implications in the short and long term? Do we have examples that we can use them in other fields of application? In which way new performing cyber practices have changed the artistic object and how curricula, skills training responded to it? And all these are the questions, including how the relation between the music performance and the audience has changed. I mean, we have already been to virtual operas. We have I've watched performances over video game platforms like the Fortnite. I mean, it's a totally crazy world. So we want to be able to provide tools for all those who want to create performances. It doesn't matter what the level of their expertise is, but they should be able to follow simple instructions and combine things together. So we developed a website to do so. It's musense.eu. You're free to visit. Anyway, this paper is not only about the research, but it's also about getting it out to the world while it's being created. I will stand only on one website section. It has the typical website sections, apart from one part. You see there is project, partners, results, repository, and this is the important part. Activities, news, contact information, and login. So we're going to go to the repository part, which is actually the tool that we're currently developing for those who want to use new technologies in their performances. So this will actually be a simple link to our repository, and I'm going to present what the repository contains. So, how would you go and explain to somebody who has no idea about technology, but they're very good artists, how they can incorporate all these technologies, like 360 cameras and video projection mapping, different types of interactive technologies, and ways to create audio environments and all the settings that need to be addressed. And of course, all the aesthetical information that comes linked to that. Because if you don't do it properly, then the result is not going to be pleasing, it's going to serve the purpose. So we decided to create a repository and separate all these things. So we need to separate the technology from the performance, from the actual content. Because these things can be combined in a pick and mix manner and they can be reused. So the repository's purpose is to enable users to view and try different teaching and performative scenarios. Oh, I forgot that it's important to be able to teach using these technologies too. So we can implement teaching scenarios using state-of-the-art technologies. And we are creating an online repository in form of an open platform for organizing all expected results in an easy-to-be accessed organic form by institutional actors and stakeholders. So, in order to collect the data, what best way is to take examples and break them down and bring the technologies together. So, content is collected using forms that are given out to those who have already done it and they have the experience. We have sent a form already out within our group, and we are collecting the experience from the group, from the consortium. Typical things that you can see that we collect are the places, networks, internet facilities, hardware equipment, software-based facilities, and remarks. We collect also visuals and information of how the performance worked, and also a separate category of the actual work and its breakdown in order to be published through these technologies. And we have for this activity, we separated also into teaching content, performance content, the infrastructure, and the methodology used. I'm going to go through this quickly. And I have a case study for you that we have with our fellow professor, Yannis Toulis. So let's say that we're trying to teach cello using 360 cameras. Okay? This is an interesting way, an interesting scenario to achieve it, because why would you want to teach cello with 360 cameras? If you have used the 360 camera, you can see a broadcast, then you can see that you can focus on the items that you wish. So if you put let's say that this microphone here is a 360 camera, and I have the cello, then you can visually move around and see exactly what's happening with the fingers and how you actually use the cello, and you can see the techniques. So it is a way to replicate what happens when a student and a teacher sit together and each one looks at the other's hands and performance and the posture and all the essential things for performance. So in that very simple case, we replicate, we cannot do it because we're at a distance, so the next best thing is not a video of somebody playing, but it's also a technology that can go closer and can give you detail and more technical information about the output. And of course, if we have two such things, like two 360 cameras, then the teacher can see the student and the student can see the teacher. And if we have a fast enough network, then we can have a collaborative performance. I know that Kostas Soutas is laughing now with us because he has been doing his PhD on this. And of course, this is why I have included all the other things that we need to include in such a case study. So this is an example of case study that the repository can handle. It can separate all the components, and it can explain to somebody who wants to replicate this how to do it. And of course, it doesn't have to be a cello. It doesn't have to be a specific musical piece. You can change the instrument. We can change the performance, and it can be a tool for creation. So this is the methodology I explained before. It's an interaction between student and teacher in that case. And of course, using these methodologies, we can create a full curriculum that can implement technology, and it can be actually implemented in that way. So we can advance not only a performance, but the whole world of performance, the way that we use performance, the reason we use performance for teaching or for broadcasting what we do. I'm going to move forward. What we found in the literature, because the paper that we're going to publish relating to this presentation, it's actually a literature review with 120 different case studies and papers. So here I have encoded different papers at each sentence, and I'm going to summarize it. We found a lot of case studies about curricula that are being developed that focus on technical skills and how you can create and participate in cyber and distance performances. So there's a new world out there. How you can provide training in businesses and entrepreneurial aspects of cyber and distance performances. How you teach students about the creative and artistic possibilities of cyber and distance performances. How we incorporate experiential learning and hands-on projects into curricula, like live streams or virtual performances as part of a class or workshop. How do you disseminate knowledge? And how do you develop curricula that focus on the social and cultural aspects of cyber and distance performances? Of course, we identified the gap in the literature at the last 2 points that proves that the MUSENs will fill a significant gap in the literature. And also, we are at a point where we have various examples that are actual and have been traced and have been decoded, so they can act as a basis for addition. How are we doing on time? Okay, 2 minutes, okay. So I will not take more of your time. Let's go to questions. if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deligiannis, for the so interesting presentation about the interesting nuisance project. Are there any questions? No? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's move on to the next presentation by Mr. Lufopoulos, Mrs. Stavroula Vraila, and Mr. Thanasis Epitidios. Mrs. Stavroula Vraila is a graduate from the Department of German Language and Literature of the National Kapodistrian University of Athens and holds a master's degree in Theory and Didactics of Translation from the Department of Foreign Languages, Translation and Interpreting of the Ionian University. She completed her PhD thesis on psychoanalytic interpretation of literature at the National University of Athens, and since 2019, she has been working as an academic scholar at the Department of Foreign Languages, Translation and Interpreting of the Ionian University. Mr. Lufopoulos, Mr. Apostolos Lufopoulos is Associate Professor, Department of Audiovisual Arts, Ionian University. He studied here at the Music Studies Department and at the City University in London. His research interest focuses on nature and sound composition. He writes music for theater installations, but also purely electroacoustic music. His compositions and research projects have been presented in world-renowned festivals and conferences, and he has been awarded many times. Mr. Thanasis Epitidios is graduate from the Department of Sound and Musical Instruments Technology of the Technological Educational Institute of Ionian Islands and holds a master's degree in Sonic Arts and Audio Technologies of the Department of Music Studies and the Department of Audiovisual of the Ionian University. Since last February, he's working on a PhD thesis on nature and sound mimesis at the Department of Art, of Audiovisual Arts. His fields of research and professional experience are electroacoustic music, soundscapes, sound installations, and sound design for audiovisual media immersive environments. Okay, I welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my name is Stavroula Vraila. I'm an academic scholar of the Department of Foreign Languages, Translation and Interpreting. And I'm here to represent our research team consisting of Mr. Lufopoulos and Mr. Epitidios of the Department of Audio and Visual Arts. Our project reflects the collaboration between the two departments, aiming towards a study on the intertextuality between the art of sound and the art of literature. The primary goal is to showcase the creative potential of the fusion between sound art and narrative literature. The outcome of this collaboration aims to create a powerful and evocative art genre that expands the conventional methods of storytelling. The application of sound as a narrative tool has a long history, originating from the earliest civilizations and spanning across a range of mediums, including oral traditions, theater, radio, and more recently, audiobooks or interactive books. From the Greek ancient theater and the Australian Dreamtime stories to the modern broadcasts, immersive experiences, audio and interactive books, music and sound effects played a central role in creating the ambience of the scene and enhancing the emotional impact of the story. Nowadays, there has been a notable increase in the interest of electroacoustic music incorporation within the context of literature. David Toub, a musician and author, has emerged as a leading figure in this field. His work delves into the relationship between sound and literature, and his book, Ocean of Sound, provides a compelling argument that sound is a critical, expressive, and evocative element that has the potential to enrich the storytelling experience. Philip Schweighauser is another noteworthy contributor to the comprehension of the relationship between sound and literature. His significant work, Literary Acoustics, is an exploration of the use of electroacoustic music in literature, relying on the theories of Schaffer and Drouin. Speikhauser's work elucidates how electroacoustic music can be utilized in literature to create an immersive experience. He argues that sound is a fundamental aspect of literature and that it has been overlooked in literary criticism. The focus of our project lies in the exploration of electroacoustic music from the perspective of its sonic lingual characteristics. The analysis of electroacoustic music in this regard involves a scrutiny of its morphological and micro-macro structural features, including, but not limited, to individual sounding objects, textures, and combinations, composed space and projected sound specialization, dynamic, spectral space occupancy, and motion. This sonic feature potentially facilitates the creation of stories through listening to a work of sound as a whole. This open cognitive field offered by electroacoustic music makes it an ideal medium for the creation of complex narratives that are not limited by traditional narrative structures. It allows for the listener to engage with the work on a deeper level and to create unique interpretations that are shaped by their own experiences and perspectives. Our research project is designed to explore the relationship between sound composition and writing in 4 distinct stages. The first stage focuses on investigating how sound composers and writers are influenced by predetermined conceptual frameworks. Sound composers are encouraged to engage in a free-form creative process without any specific agenda, except for a set of keywords intended to inspire their artistic output. These keywords are carefully chosen to elicit an emotional, intellectual response from the composers, which is intended to be reflected in their sound compositions. For example, a set of keywords such as nature, empathy, or hope might be used to inspire sound composition that conveys a sense of connection to the natural world, emotional awareness, and optimism. On the other hand, writers are asked to produce written pieces on a specific topic, namely gender-based violence. The writers are given a specific set of guidelines for their written pieces with the help of the author Maria Petrici, such as the use of certain literary techniques, the inclusion of specific details, and the use of a particular tone. By providing the writers with a predetermined conceptual framework, the researchers aim to explore how the writers' preconceived ideas influence the meaning and interpretation of their written pieces. In the next stage of this research project, both sound composers and writers are presented with a new set of specific keywords, but with no predetermined subject matter. The objective of this stage is to examine how the same data influences the creative output of different artists and art forms, specifically the similarities and differences in their approach to creating work. In the third stage, all sound composers and writers are encouraged to define their own subject matter and ideas with the goal of exploring the potential for collaboration between the various creative domains, irrespective of any external factors. The objective of this stage is to foster a collaborative creative process that transcends external stimuli and focuses on the synergy between different forms of art. The sound composers and writers are encouraged to work closely together and to explore how their different art forms can complement and enhance each other. By combining sound composition and writing, this stage of the project aims to create work that transcends the boundaries of individual art forms and explores the potential for collaboration and creativity across different domains. What should be mentioned is that in all 3 stages, the sound work precedes the literary work. Therefore, writers always create their story based on the sound work. The 4th and final stage involves the analysis of the creative outputs of the sound composers and writers, which are documented using questionnaire sheets filled out by all participants. By examining the participants' feedback on the creative process and their experience of the project, this stage of the research aims to contribute to our understanding of the factors that facilitate interdisciplinary collaboration within the creative arts. The students participants of this study are drawn from 3 modules: literature of German-speaking countries from DFLTI, electronic music and sound art from AVARTS. Following a theoretical introduction of both art forms in each class, AVARTS students are encouraged to compose electroacoustic music works. These compositions are then projected to the DFLTI students, who listen and select one of them as the basis of their short story. This process is carried out in the studio of AVARTS, utilizing a multi-channel sound diffusion system to create optimal sound immersion. Following the listening process, an analytical discussion is conducted between the creators and the listeners. This discussion focuses on compositional methods, perceptibility, and perceptive deconstruction. After the stories are created, a reading session takes place where each story is accompanied by the track that inspired it. The participants are asked to complete questionnaires regarding the creation process and the creative output. To illustrate, for example, the AVARTS students who are tasked with composing electroacoustic music works are encouraged to use a variety of compositional techniques such as granular synthesis, time stretching, sampling, specialization, etc. The DFLTI students who are tasked with creating short stories are required to listen carefully to the sound works and extract our oral elements to serve as the basis of their stories. They are encouraged to focus on sound constituents and symbolisms, as well as on the interplay between technology and sound transformations. During the reading sessions, the participants are provided with a holistic experience of the interplay between sound and literature. From the first stage of the research that has been completed, the first and most important conclusion is that the authors rejected audio works that included narration, poetry, or were accompanied by an image or video. The reason they gave us is that these narrative modes were too influential on their thinking, and they focused more on them and less on the sound. Furthermore, all the writers, when asked whether the construction of the sound work in their compositional methods helped them with their writing, answered us that this decoding helped them in creating symbols in their stories. In closing, we would like to present 2 works from our project. You will hear an excerpt of an audio work, while a short story on gender violence inspired by this sound work is shown on the screen. You can also use the QR code to find the text. Enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions, please, on rewriting the art of sound? No questions? Well, Ms. Vreila, thank you so much. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Mrs. Vilhelmini Sosoni.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Did you get any feedback from students about this? I mean, did you have a questionnaire at the end about their experience working with, you know, both sound and
we are still on the first stage, so we are not having still all the questionnaires. The questionnaires are on the fourth stage, so at the end.
It's going to be very interesting, that's why
We hope so.
Yeah, yeah.
But the first results that are the stories are very interesting. Yeah. So, example, this one, together with the sound. Yes.
Thank you.
Me too.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm inviting Mrs. Aphrodite Douka and Maria Kalogrea for the next presentation, please. Since there are not any CVs provided, I guess they are teachers at the elementary school. Okay. So you may present yourself, please. Thank you. The title of the presentation is Media Literacy Impact on Elementary School Teachers' Well-Being.
Hello, my name is Aphrodite Douka. I'm from Rhodes. I'm a kindergarten teacher. My master is in adult education and in new technologies. And I have a PhD in instructional communication. And this time I'm a postdoc candidate at the University of the Aegean in Rhodes. My colleague and I have conducted the following research: media literacy impact on elementary school teachers' well-being. Beginning with the theoretical framework based on the literature, we start with the fact that the media literacy is a 21st approach to education. Media literacy is an umbrella term which encompasses a variety of approaches that develop critical thinking skills around all types of media, build an understanding of how media messages shape our culture and society, give people tools to advocate for a changed media system, means the ability to assess, analyze, evaluate the power of images, sounds, and messages. Moreover, is the ability to decode media messages, including the systems in which they exist, assess the influence of those messages on thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, and create media thoughtfully and consistently. Studying the literature concerning the term media literacy, the main elements are the critical thinking, the understanding the process of mass communication, awareness of the impact of media on individual and society, strategies for analyzing, media content that provides insight to our culture, ability to enjoy and appreciate media content, development of responsible product skills, ethical and moral obligations of media practitioners. And it should be mentioned that the modern era teacher is necessary to possess both media literacy and well-being in order to achieve the professional and personal goals. Teachers' well-being refers to physical, mental, emotional health and overall quality of their life. It encompasses factors such as workload, which is one of them is the workload. Teachers often face heavy workloads, including lesson planning, grading, extracurricular activities, administrative tasks. An overwhelming workload can lead to stress, burnout, and lack of time for personal and family time. Another factor is the stress and burnout. Teaching can be a highly stressful profession due to factors such as time pressures, student behavior challenges, high expectation, and limited resources. Work-life balance, long working hours, and excessive dedication to their profession can lead to neglecting personal needs, relationships, self-care activities. Another factor is the professional development. Continuous professional development is crucial for teachers to enhance skills, stay motivated, keep up with evolving educational practices. And another factor is the supportive work environment. A positive and supportive work environment can significantly contribute to teachers' well-being. This includes factors such as collaborative colleagues, supporting leadership, recognition of achievements, access to necessary resources, support systems.
So the present research is in a case study that examines the way in which media literacy in the 21st century school may affect teachers' well-being, either positively or negatively, and by extension the teaching process. Within this framework, we mainly tried to examine elementary school teachers' knowledge about media literacy and if they consider important their well-being at work. Also to explore to what extent elementary school teachers use their knowledge from media literacy, to analyze the correlation of media literacy with teachers' well-being, and to assess if the application of media literacy in teaching affect teachers' well-being. Specifically, our research is a case study. We understand the public elementary schools of Rhodes Island in Greece, and the sample are 30 elementary school teachers. How we collect our data? We do a semi-structured interview of 20 questions, and the questionnaire consists from two parts. The part one, the first part, consisted of 15 questions. The questions were close-ended questions. Teachers had to answer yes or no. Their questions tried to examine teachers' knowledge regarding media literacy and the importance they attribute to their well-being. The second part consists last five questions, which was they were given 5 different scenarios of the application of media literacy in their teaching, and they were asked to answer briefly in 50 words what is their attitude and their opinion regarding the said scenario, and which the effect of the specific scenario of their well-being. So, I'll describe our research process, the methodology. We followed firstly, we set the purpose of the research, design the questionnaire and interview, and then we receive the special permission from the departmental head, manager, who is in charge, and the questionnaire emailed to the sample of the research, and finally we collect the number we want and record and code the questionnaires. The sample consists of 30 teachers, 8 female and 8 male and 22 female. The majority of ages was between 36 and 40 years old. And about the experience, most of teachers was between 11 to 15 years of experience. And most of them have a master. The place of school was residential or semi-residential zone. The first part, as I said before, consisted from these 15 questions. The first is, have you heard the term media literacy before? And the 60% said yes and 40% no. The second, does media literacy include the ability to identify and locate authoritative sources and the ability to create digital content to protect personal data was at the same percent, 80 to 20, the most. Is media literacy an essential 21st century citizen skill? 90% said yes and 10% no. Does media literacy provide a framework for accessing messages in various formats from print to video to the web? 86% said yes and 14 no. Does media literacy provide a framework for analyzing messages in different formats? 90% yes, said yes and 10% no. And do all teachers need to be trained in media literacy, or does media literacy affect teachers' well-being? And well-being affect media literacy was a little bit the same, and 80% to 20% no. Is teacher well-being necessary for affecting teaching? Is teachers' well-being affected by the collaborative climate among colleges and affected by the climate of collaboration between teachers and children's parents? Also, we have the most of teachers said yes and 10 or 20% no. Did the mandatory use of media literacy affect teachers' well-being? 70% yes and 27% no. Is teachers' well-being affected by the time required to create digital content in a lesson? 90% yes and 10 no. So the second part of our research consists from 5 questions with scenarios, and the teachers have to answer. Break.
1 minute, please. More.
So if we have only 1 minute, we'll pass to the results. We had separate the 5 last questions where the teachers were asked about how they felt, how their well-being was affected by the mandatory use of media literacy, especially during the COVID period. And here are the results. Despite of any limitation related to the present case study, we would conclude that elementary school teachers are aware of media literacy. The majority of elementary school teachers believe that their well-being is being affected by compulsory entrance of the media literacy in their teaching process, believe that they were forced in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic to acquire media literacy, admitted that they are willing to implement technological tools in their teaching and develop their media literacy. In the educational scenarios, they stated that their personal well-being was mainly negatively affected, and they stated that the negative influence occurred because of the forced application of media literacy in practice. As a general conclusion, we would say that the media literacy in elementary school teachers' well-being affect teaching procedure. The concluding statements of the present research demonstrate how important to teachers is the appropriate use of media literacy during teaching process, the necessity elementary school teachers to be trained on the issue of media literacy to improve the whole teaching procedure and assure their well-being. As suggestions, we thought that the present research could be a trigger for a larger sample research and perhaps the reason for the introduction of media literacy courses in all Greek and European universities providing pedagogical studies. This practice would greatly improve the quality of teaching process, not only in elementary, but in kindergarten and all other schools as well. And here is some indicative references we used in our research. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions, please, for Mrs. Duca and Mrs. Kalogrea presentation?
I would like to have a definition of media literacy. What do you mean by this?
We said it at the theoretical framework. Is indicating media messages, how you can select the appropriate, maybe the appropriate bibliographic reference, how to decode an audio verbal message using technology, of course.
You mean to talk the language of new media or to use new media for teaching purposes?
How you use media for teaching purposes.
Okay, so in the kindergarten or in elementary school, the teacher can use, for example, a projector or have some slides for kids, etc.
There are more programs, educational programs you can use during the teaching process, but most of the kindergarten or elementary school teachers didn't know how to use them. And during the coronavirus pandemic, they were forced to do it via WebEx. Yes. And especially when you're addressed to such a young age, we know that nowadays small students are familiar with YouTube, but they are not familiar with the computer, how you can learn from computer. And teachers were forced to do it, to use educational programs, to maybe
yeah, I see.
Educational scenarios.
Okay. Do you think that your sample was exact because it was until...
It's a case study.
Okay, it was until 40, I see.
The age.
Yes, so I think that older teachers do not know anyway.
Yes, even though those who were until 40, they didn't know.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. The next presentation, it's a collective work written by Mr. Harisios Akillas, Dimitrios Dzedζis, Christos Vlachokostas, Alexandra Michailidou, Kleoniki Kirkopoulou, Savas Koltsakidis, Vasilis Efopoulos, Despina Theodorakoglou, and Vasilis Gonos. The title of the presentation is Promoting Cultural Heritage through Digital Technologies and Gamification. the case of Artec project. Welcome.
Hello, a lot of people to our work.
Good for you.
Definitely. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Professor Christos Vlachokostas. I come from the Mechanical Engineering Department. I don't know if this is, something that you may not or see, if you like, in this university. I mean, we are an engineering department. We are mechanical engineers. So what mechanical engineers are doing here, okay? And, our university is Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Our research team is already mentioned. Harisios Achillas is here, our colleague from International Hellenic University. And I come from the Sustainability Engineering Laboratory, promoting cultural heritage through the digital technologies and gamification, the Artec project. So we need to promote cultural heritage. I will have let's say, a different approach than already I have seen in some of the presentations. We say that culture in all its forms, expressions, and meanings must be at the heart of any transformational path for human development. So that's the important reason why we are here. We strongly believe that cultural and creative sectors should become greener and smarter. Greener, environmental friendly, and smarter. So smart culture. Digital technologies in museums and cultural heritage. Our Artec project is about museums and cultural heritage, and let's say that digital technologies and ICT, information communication technologies, offer unique experience, open and accessible to the global community. So, my first main message is smart management of cultural heritage. Why it is important? It is a powerful tool. It can be a powerful tool. First, we have social inequalities. I mean, we have people with special needs. So, digital technologies, information communication technologies can play a crucial role for them. Accessibility issues. Most of our museums, this is also for other countries in Europe, are not so easily accessible from people with special needs, handicapped people, okay. And apart from accessibility issues, maintenance of art, digital heritage could be maintenance, could be sustainable, because I see a lot of cultural heritage in this building. We can say that it has incalculable value, okay? And issues related also to copyright. So these are some main, let's say, reasons why we need to discuss about smart management of cultural heritage, or if you like, smart culture. I don't know if you deal or if you have ever heard about sustainability or, let's say, sustainability management, sustainability engineering, but essentially what we do in our laboratory, and apart, of course, from culture, is try to merge between three important pillars of sustainability: economy, society, and environment. At this point, and during Artec project, which is finalized, it is closing this month, essentially we try to put culture as an important driver of sustainability, if you like, an important pillar or sub-pillar of society, some others say. But anyhow, digital dimension, sustainable culture, and information communication technologies is an important part of this project. A multidisciplinary, if you like, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary project. Our Artec project targeted actions and innovative applications. Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, International Hellenic University, Haris, for instance, Teloglio. I don't know if you have heard about Teloglio Edima, the Teloglio Foundation of Arts, which is supervised by Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. President is the Dean, is the Director of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and Tessera Multimedia SME, highlight the importance of the permanent collection of Teloglion, a collection with many, multiple, let's say, different specimens, to the public, specialized groups of visitors such as students, and in order to strengthen and ameliorate the educational workshop to individual groups. So, Artec. Okay, this is more or less a theoretical slide, but I want to highlight some important keywords which may be main messages during this presentation. So, smart management interface, we have a person that essentially manages. When we are discussing about smart, we mainly discuss about digital. We mainly discuss about information communication technology. And of course, you may see that we have wireless technology, crucial. We have 3D printing. We have, it is an important element when we are discussing about artifacts. Processing, we do software modeling. Our multidisciplinary team makes 3D software modeling. Sharing, it is important to have augmented reality, especially for our people with special needs. Digital immersion, keywords such as database, we need a lot of space if we need to let's say, store large gigabytes of artifacts that are, modeled and scanned. From the other side, virtual reality, VR, I have a small video if we have some time, or maybe I could skim through it. 3D tours, virtual experiences, 3D platforms, narratives. I see that today you had a lot of, you gave importance to narratives, especially in schools, gamification, visualization, modern education, and of course, educational groups, interaction. Interaction is the most important component if we want to discuss about participation, about empowerment, about awareness, among others, when we are discussing about culture, and smart culture and digitalized culture. So, 3D tasks of this project, of our project, okay, Teloglion was the case study. We had laser scanners, camera photogrammetry, drone photogrammetry for exterior textures and geometry, structured light scanner, and essentially the descriptive steps are scanning the interior premises, scanning the exterior premises, scanning of the multiple artifacts that already there, and of course we did 3D software processing. So this is more or less our methodological framework. More or less it's about scanning, artifact, printing, okay, and for instance, I think a very important application is the texture museum with braille and pretty artifacts for our citizens with problems of visibility, blind people. And if I want to move a little bit faster to catch up some time for the video, we have drone photogrammetry for the exterior. This is the exterior space of Teloglion. If you've ever been, or if you ever go to Thessaloniki, Teloglion, and you like arts, is one of the landmarks that you may visit. Scanning of interior premises, laser scanners about the interior of Teloglion. Artifacts 3D scanning procedure, this is another issue that I already have discussed about. We have scanning. This is the artifact. Point, trimming, meshing. We do mesh, okay, networks of ICT, and finally texture. When we have the 3D scanning procedure, where we have the 3D, if you like, model, we can do anything we like, we want to with this artifact. So some exhibits of 3D illustrations, if you like, was also the output of our project. The texture museum that I have already discussed, important. Scanning, printing, okay, braille, information creator, so the people with visibility issues, blind people, could touch the artifact which is printed and see some more information about the artifact under, study. Multimedia technologies, especially for children. I mean, we have painted for little children, Art Explorer, exploring painting, for instance, hotspots presentation, or even a smart quiz. Who painted Capella Sixtina? It says Michelangelo, Donatello, and especially the younger groups can play with this quiz and learn things about art, about culture, in a smart, if you like, way. 3D exhibits preservation, one more dimension of this Artec project. We have some let's say, damaged parts, for instance. As I say, if we scan and print a three-dimensional model, we can do a lot of things with it. Among others, the digital 3D printer maintenance techniques are an important, let's say, tool in this Artec toolkit, this toolbox, in order to make some, let's say, maintenance and some virtual restoration. Or, of course, if we print it, we have a model which is essentially restored and has the experience of trainees in the methodology and maintenance stages, acquire knowledge through practical engagement with the object. This is also crucial in my opinion. Artec projects benefits for the visitor and the foundation. Teloglion found, at least in our multidisciplinary team's, let's say, experience, found benefits for the visitors, for younger people, for schools. And in my opinion, if we want to look in the future, digitalized art, digitalized culture, smart management of cultural heritage is something that we should definitely discuss. It's such interesting conferences as this one here in Ionian. Yeah. And let me, if I have 1 minute, to skim about our virtual reality Teloglion video. Okay, you see, this is the, why, I mean, it cannot be depicted. Although it is played here, it is not shown in the, why is that? Yes, I mean, I think it would be interesting because it is a VR application of someone that plays, you know, in a VR. I mean, I'm too old to have a VR application because I get a little dizzy after 1 or 2 minutes, but I see a lot of young students or, you know, elementary school children are playing with, with very, they have an easiness of doing things in virtual reality. Many thanks for your assistance. It's okay. It is 5 minutes, but I will skim in 30 minutes. I will just to have, okay. Many thanks, many
30 seconds, you mean?
Yeah, 30 seconds, definitely 30 seconds. This is the, I mean, this is the Teloglion, okay? You are entering in the building, okay? You're playing with, you know, the VR and the 3D glasses and all this smart or digitalized, if you like. You're entering the museum. This is the museum. Okay, you are moving through the spaces of the museum, and there are a lot of things that you can do. For instance, you may go here. Okay, you may have virtual reality. This is information which is essentially an augmented reality, if you like, in the virtual reality issue. I mean, for the artist, you have a lot of information for different artifacts. In the building, you may see some other artifacts that are exposed to the museum. So this is also an output of our, let's say, project. And this is it. Many thanks for your attention. I would like to...
Thank you, Mr. Vlachokostas. Are there any questions for this presentation, please? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So thank you. So 2 questions regarding this platform, let's say. First, you are...
the platform, you mean the virtual reality video or?
The Artec.
The Artec is a project. You know, Revno, from the...
So the first question is regarding the first step, let's say. To use these artifacts, you need documentation of the artifacts. Did you incorporate a new documentation system in all this process?
I mean, we did not do all the collection. You know, Teloglion...
Selected, fine.
Yeah,
Selected.
Of course. Because Teloglion is essentially a foundation that it is based on donations. And to be honest, there are a lot of different things that you may find. You may find the Asian, you may find paintings. And as I said, I'm a mechanical engineer. So to be honest, we did some of this. Teloglion was, you know, the make the decisions regarding
so the
this.
art historians from the Teloglion provide
yes,
you with already documented...
Yes, of course. For instance, for augmented reality, if you go and scan the QR code, we have some information from Teloglion in order to incorporate it in the application.
Good. It would be a suggestion to have in mind that creating such a system would be good to have also this need covered, how to document all the material, because a lot of museums don't have any documentation system.
To be honest, let me put this is an excellent comment. Museums, to be honest, as Harris remembered, they did not want even to participate in such projects.
Yeah, but you have a Teloglion. Okay?
Yeah, Teloglion, because we are Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and Teloglion is supervised by Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Museums have a lot of steps to do.
Yeah.
Baby steps, little steps, not here only in Greece. I mean, we went in Serbia last 20 days and we had this presentation in a Museum of Vojvodina. You know, they have a lot of steps to do when we are discussing about digitalized art and cultural heritage.
Okay, and here the second, you concluded your work, you finalized everything.
We are finalizing, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah. The next step is to provide Teloglion, let's say, with a new, let's say, machine. How to deal with the collections and all this. Mm-hmm. Do they have someone who is capable to use this new tool?
To be honest, between me and you, we gave them one.
Yes.
They did not have, no.
Yeah.
But
so
essentially, one member of my laboratory was working for Teloglion. No, they do not have.
So we see that it is necessary to have this perspective also included in our projects, how to educate the museum personnel with these new tools. Yeah?
It goes without saying, because museums, we have people that they know art very well, but they do not have any, you know, clues, or they just have some clues about augmented reality. But when we are discussing about digitalized art, yes, we need a lot of steps to do in the future.
This because
it's a challenge for me, you know, because as I said, I come from the sustainability engineering laboratory. Okay, we do a lot of things: environment, society, economy, but culture is essentially, if it is not a culture, the pillar, it is definitely a very important element when we are discussing sustainability.
Exactly, because of this, you underlined in your introduction.
Let's complete, because we already delayed for the next session, for the next presentation.
We'll talk in the break.
Yeah, I'm very glad that you know.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
The last, and I hope not least, next presentation, is by Mrs. Wilhelmini Sosoni, by me, Renata Dalianoudi, and by Mrs. Katerina Boutouridou. The title of our paper is Transcoding Music and Sound into Subtitling for Deaf or Hard of Hearing Viewers, the case of Dunkirk film. Mrs. Wilhelmini Sosoni is an assistant professor at the Department of Foreign Languages, Translation and Interpreting at the Ionian University here. She has taught specialized translation in the UK and Greece, and her research interests lie in the areas of institutional translation, audiovisual translation, and accessibility, as well as translation technology. She is the Vice President of the Hellenic Society for Translation Studies and a member of the advisory and manageable boards of the European Masters in Technology for Translation and Interpreting. She has participated in several EU-funded projects and has published extensively in several areas of translation studies. Me, Renata Dalianoudi, I am Associate Professor at the Department of Audiovisual Arts here in Ionian University. I hold a BA and a PhD from National and Kapodistrian University of Athens with 31 scholarships by the the State Scholarship Foundation, and the Papadakis Bequest. I've completed ethnomusicology and folklore studies at the University of Wien and theatre studies at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. I've also studied piano, organ, accordion, guitar, and ballet. My work include 4 monographs, 65 articles and papers, 4 lemmas in international dictionaries, 52 documentaries, and 210 TV and radio broadcasts. Mrs. Ekaterini Bourtourydou holds a BA in English Language and Literature from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and a Master's in the Science of Translation from the Department of Foreign Languages, Translation and Interpreting of the Ionian University. Her master dissertation focused on subtitling for the deaf and the hard of hearing, while she has subtitled several films for the Peloponnese Documentary Film Festival 2022. She has also experience as a localization project manager and is currently working as a freelance linguist specializing in localization quality assurance. Wilhelmini, you start.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I'm Wilhelmini Sosoni, and with my colleagues Renata Talianoudi and Ekaterini Bourtourydou, we'll be presenting to you a study we carried out about the transcoding of music and sound into the subtitling of the film Dunkirk for deaf and hard of hearing viewers. This might seem like a paradox because we talk about music, sound, and deaf audiences, yet it's not a paradox, and we'll see why. So the aim of the study is to establish how music and sound can be effectively transcoded for deaf and hard of hearing viewers. The study adopted a novel approach to subtitling for the deaf and the hard of hearing, whereby 2 subtitlers, a music expert and a deaf viewer, work together to create a set of subtitles, including the transcoding of music and sound for the film Dunkirk, and then carried a reception study in order to establish how viewers, both deaf with a small d, deaf with a capital D, and hard of hearing, receive the subtitles and react to the transcoding used. So I'm going to explain the difference between deaf and deaf in a minute. We'll start with an overview of audiovisual translation and accessibility, focusing on subtitling for the deaf and the hard of hearing, the audience's relationship with sound and music, and the function of music in cinema. Then we'll move on to the research methodology, talking about the technical specifications we used for the subtitling and the approach to music description, and then we'll present the findings from the reception study. So let's start with the basics. Audiovisual translation is a term that encompasses many disciplines and tasks performed by professionals who help localize audiovisual content, that is movies, TV shows, corporate videos, commercials, and so on. Even though some of those tasks do not really require a language exchange, we refer to it as translation because there is actually rendering between 2 different aspects: the audio portion of the video and the written word which we produce. For instance, the subtitle file, the script for the dubbing, or the script for the audio description. So depending on the needs of the audiences, we can make a distinction between different types of audiovisual translation. In particular, we can identify 2 different groups: revoicing and rewriting. The term revoicing is generally used to refer to audiovisual translation modes which aim at full or partial substitution of the dialogue heard in the original product. And revoicing includes the very well-known types: dubbing, voiceover, narration, commentary, and audio description for the blind. On the other hand, the term rewriting refers to subtitling for the deaf and the hard of hearing, also known as captioning in the United States, surtitling for the theater, and live subtitling. Of the revoicing and rewriting types, obviously subtitling for the deaf and the hard of hearing and audio description are the two types of audiovisual translation that allow access to people with disabilities to audiovisual content. Therefore, they allow deaf and blind communities to assert their rights in accessibility or rather inclusivity. So they're extremely important forms of audiovisual translation. So if we now focus on subtitling for the deaf and the hard of hearing, which is the focus of the study here, we see that it can be distinguished into interlingual and intralingual subtitling, where interlingual consists of the interlingual translation of the visual and acoustic linguistic components, as well as of the intersemiotic translation of the non-linguistic acoustic components into visual or verbal code. And similarly, interlingual SDH consists of the interlingual translation and the same intersemiotic translation. The problem with SDH is that we have a very varied audience. So first, we have the deaf community with a capital D, and this consists of people who are usually prelingually deaf, so they're born deaf or they become deaf before acquiring the ability to use the national language. Therefore, they use sign language as their mother tongue, and they are immersed in the deaf culture. So they view deafness from a sociocultural perspective. They don't consider it to be a disability. On the other hand, deaf with a small d are people who are usually postlingually deaf. They identify themselves with the hearing community. They use the national language as their mother tongue, although they can also use sign language. So they might be switching from the one to the other. Also, they may possess auditory memory, so they may still remember sounds, music from the time before they lost their ability to hear. Obviously, the hard of hearing have some degree of residual hearing and relate to sound as hearing people do. So, taking all this into account, we understand that subtitling for the deaf and the hard of hearing involves really the inclusion of verbal components, in particular dialogue and narration, as well as the inclusion of non-verbal components such as character identification, music, sound effects, and paralinguistic features such as volume, tempo, and pitch when describing audiovisual content. So although some sounds can be interpreted by the visuals, for instance, we may have a slap in the face and we can see the slap on the screen, therefore we don't really need to describe the sound. We may have cases where there is a source of sound, but there is no image to help us understand. Therefore, we need to describe this. So the multimodal nature of SDH renders the translation process very complex, as sound needs to be translated into sight, or rather one semiotic code that is sound needs to be translated into another linguistic semiotic code that is the target language we use every time. So the SDH translator needs to cater for all these semiotic codes, taking into account that they're not separate, but are really interrelated and produce a whole, let's say, a very complex whole. Naturally, this diversity of the audience brings about varying reading speeds for different viewers. So we understand that the people who are prelingually deaf have a very low reading speed ability, whereas hard of hearing viewers don't. So all this needs to be somehow tackled by the subtitlers. If we now move on to the audience's relationship with music, What is interesting is that as opposed to the stereotypical belief that deafness excludes any kind of relation to music, deaf and hard of hearing people can in fact experience music by simply taking advantage of the rest of their senses. More specifically, prelingually deaf people mentally visualize music using their imagination and perceive music through sound vibrations. On the other hand, postlingually deaf people maintain their musical memory and can mentally recall music, although they obviously struggle to adapt and turn to a tactile musical perception. But more about music from Renata.
Film music, sound design, soundscapes belong to program music. Program music owes its existence to a specific stimulus such as script. Film music constitute a means of non-linguistic narration which serve the aesthetic needs of the film, either fiction or documentary, and complement the visual and linguistic narration, playing thus the most important role for the decoding of the plot. Costumes, scenery sets, makeup, lighting, frame of shooting consist ways to represent a history film and aim at the verisimilitude and the persuasiveness of the image, contributing to what Robert Rosenstone defined as cinematic realism. Likewise, music aims at capturing the time orally, that means through sound, defines the space and the cinematic narrative, and undoubtedly contributes to cinematic realism. History films use music and sound in order to represent the historical period, to give verisimilitude to the visual historical events, that's visual history, to comment on the social reality, and of course, to involve the viewers into the historical, social, political, and war narratives. Music and/or sound design lays almost always in the background, except for the main instrumental themes or the main song at the générique and/or at the end titles of a film, appealing to the viewer's subconsciousness. According to Gorman's theory, based on Genet's narration taxonomy, sound source can be A, diegetic, sound music perceived and understood by the film characters, they can hear it. B, non-diegetic, extra-diegetic, sound and music not perceived by the film characters, but addressed only to the audience. And C, metadiegetic, a parallel sound music imaged or hallucinated by a film character. This auditory narration describes and concentrates all the obvious visual and linguistic meanings together with the hidden ones. The representations that result from the interconnection of image and sound create fixed and predetermined musical and cultural associations which contribute to a film's overall meaning. In other words, cinema provides an intertextual context in which visual, verbal, and auditory narratives interact and are transformed into cultural and emotional associations. As for music especially, its primary function is to provide emotional support to the story, while the whole interplay between speech, image, and sound or music becomes artistically expressive. Dunkirk, the chosen film by Christopher Nolan, has more music and sound composed by Hans Zimmer than speech, and thus the verbal subtitling conveys both the diegetic sounds, the sounds, environmental sounds, alarms, cries, usually in battlefields, all heard by the actors, and the non-diegetic music, the music itself intended only for the audience or some sound effects. And for this subtitling and transcoding, I had to take into consideration the different genres of music. Classical music, which merges
into electroacoustic music, and conventional natural instruments which coexist with other non-conventional sound sources. Yes, Katerina.
So now let's turn our attention to the methodology employed to carry out the interlingual and intersemiotic subtitling and the subsequent reception study. Regarding the methodology used for the survey, the movie Dunkirk was selected since it contains plenty of intervals without dialogue, thus facilitating the inclusion of music description in more scenes, while the element of music remains omnipresent throughout the movie. The DVD's intralingual subtitles for a hearing audience were used as a template file, which was adapted for the new target audience with reduced reading speed and additional descriptions of the soundscape and music. A reception study was then conducted to gain feedback from the deaf and hard of hearing viewers with the use of a questionnaire, the analysis of which were used to come up with best practices for sound and music transcoding in SDH tailored to the Greek audience. Now let's take a look at the technical specifications that we used for the adaptation of the original interlingual subtitles in order to meet the needs of SDH. Even though the character limit was retained almost the same as for hearing audiences, the subtitling speed was significantly reduced, resulting to the editing of the verbal linguistic elements to fit the time and space restrictions. The subtitles were placed against a solid black background to facilitate their legibility, especially since colors were one of the features used for character identification amongst italics and dialogue dashes. For nonverbal elements, descriptions were used within brackets, as well as the note symbol for music that had already been described previously and remained unchanged. Here you can see some examples of the use of color for character identification. Due to the fact that this movie has over 20 speakers, 13 of which are considered as main characters, only 4 main characters were selected to be signified with a specific color so as to avoid confusion. 2 colors are appointed to the aerial narrative, magenta and green, since it contains the most demanding scenes in terms of swift shot changes while the pilots' mouths are covered with helmets. From the sea narrative, the character that speaks most often is selected and signified with blue, while on land, Tommy is selected as the leading role, so he is signified with yellow. Finally, white is used to signify the rest of the characters, since it's considered a more neutral and distinct color.
The methodology I used in this case study is based on 4 axes. A, the examination of the genre of music and or the sound design. Each music genre has its own connotations, and the choice of music genres depends on the composer's or the music curator's taste and background, while the sound design combines electroacoustic sound together with sounds by natural instruments. Instrumental classical music is often used in serious or sad circumstances, while electroacoustic music is often used to create soundscapes of fear, psychological and mental stress, horror, mystery, etc. B, the examination of the musical instruments and their role in music, solo, orchestra, folk instruments, etc. Instruments usually belong to and represent cultural backgrounds and idioms, e.g. a symphonic orchestra represents the Western art music, while a bagpipe represents the rural environment and the folk music, and the electric guitar represents the pop or rock music. C, the examination of dynamics of music, meaning crescendo, diminuendo, tense, volume, and tempo, slow, fast, very fast. This information can contribute to the description of the atmosphere or to the preparation of the change of the atmosphere, especially in extreme psychological situations, tense, agony, great excitement. The examination of the examination of the psychoaesthetics of the music and of the soundscape, meaning the linguistic description of the feelings, decoding with adequate and expressive words to convey such sensations verbally. Here we have two examples, two video fragments from the film. Turn on the volume, please, because the music is not that loud. Μπορούμε να ανεβάσουμε την ένταση, παρακαλώ, γιατί θα πρέπει να ακουστεί πολύ δυνατά για να καταλάβουμε το subtitling που έχει γίνει, το decoding. Και το επόμενο. Εκεί συνεχίζει.
Will you be okay? Boy. Good.
I'm sorry, the screen was not full screen. We cannot change it from here. So you could not read the subtitles and understand what was the music decoding. I apologize for that. Generally speaking, I would say that music subtitling is quite difficult and challenging, at least speaking from my experience subtitling the film Dunkirk. Taking into consideration all the space and time constraint for the subtitling, music subtitling should not only describe the music and or sound of the film, genre, instruments, volume, timbre, tempo, etc., in limited words, space, and time, but also transcode the feeling as if heard by the spectators. In fact, the process of the perception of music goes like this. The music or sound stimulates the brain perception, which leads to a subconscious analysis, which leads or concludes to the feeling. In music subtitling for deaf, and deaf with capital letter people, the process is inversed. The deaf viewers read the linguistic description of the feeling that they are expected to or they should feel, then their mind perceives the vibration of music and make a subconscious analysis, but there is no music, no sound is heard. The invocation of the feeling is made before all and without music, without sound being even heard, and it is evoked verbally and not through the sense of hearing. Because of all this inverse process transferring non-verbal auditory elements like music and sound effects not only pose many challenges to music subtitlers, but also requires special music education.
So once all this work was done, all this analysis was carried out, and the subtitle template was prepared, we really needed to see how the audience responded. So we carried out this reception study. It's quite hard to get deaf viewers on board because many use sign language and really resist subtitles. So something that may seem as straightforward is not really straightforward. So what we had to do was send an invitation to the Hellenic Federation of the Deaf and also contact the Greek Sign Language Association of Interpreters who helped us disseminate the questionnaire. In the invitation, we had included detailed instructions for the participants, and a link to the subtitled film and a link to the questionnaire were included in the invitation. So in the questionnaire, we had 10 questions on demographics and 23 questions about their subtitling preferences. Of these, 22 were close-ended and 1 open-ended to facilitate analysis. So we got 8 replies. So they had to watch the film, which lasts 2 hours and 30 minutes, and then answer the questionnaire. Okay, so it was a task for them. 4 were men, 4 women. 6 had complete loss of hearing and 2 partial loss of hearing, but it was so severe that were considered deaf rather than hard of hearing. They were all prelingually deaf. 4 considered sign language to be their mother tongue, 3 sign language as well as modern Greek, and 1 solely modern Greek. 7 hold a university degree, and 1 a high school living certificate. And they all use subtitles for access to audiovisual content, but please note that the subtitles they use are not really subtitles for the deaf and the hard of hearing, but simple interlingual subtitles like the ones we use to have access to foreign content, okay? So they're not really familiarized with proper subtitling for the deaf and the hard of hearing. So let's see what they said.
So as we can see, 50% of the participants agreed that description of music and description of sound effects in SDH is important. And in the question of how well they could listen to the music in the film on a scale of 1 to 10, they scored with 2 and below. 50% found that music description did not distract their attention from the film, while 72% totally agreed that the music description helped them enjoy the film. All but 1 participant agreed that music description helped them identify emotionally with the heroes and interpret the scenes. All but 1 participant agreed that the music description helped them understand the plot, while 75% actually mentioned that they prefer to use a combination of words and symbols for music descriptions. And last but not least, we asked them to rank some elements that they would prefer to be included in the description of music. And as we can see here, the top 2, for which all the participants agreed on, are lyrics in case of songs and intensity of music, while the second most preferred is the emotion evoked by the music as well as the rhythm.
And the key takeaways of this study, first let me just say that this is the first study of its kind to be conducted in Greek and with a Greek audience. So it's the first time we actually have feedback from the intended audience about what they like when music is described. So it seems that music description is important for the deaf and the hard of hearing viewers, that the technical specifications that we used and the methodology we employed for the transcoding of music meets the viewer's needs and enhances their experience. So it seems that music description offers anchorage and an interpretive assistance to combat potential ambiguity of visual cues. And we can conclude that music, of course, can be heard, but it can also be seen. In addition, we need to conduct a further study in order to see how we can actually combine more symbols with words for the description of music. So that's it from us, some bibliography, and we're here for any questions you may have.
Thank you, my colleagues. Are there any questions? We are already delayed for the next session. So, Mr. Kavakopoulos, yes, please.
Λέγομαι Σπύρος Καβακόπουλος. Ασχολούμαι για πάνω από 40 χρόνια με τον ήχο. Θέλω να σας μεταφέρω μια προσωπική εμπειρία που ίσως να συμβάλλει στις μελέτες που κάνετε σε σχέση με τους κοφούς. Μ' αρέσει να βλέπω συναυλίες ξένων συγκροτημάτων από το YouTube, όπου η ποιότητα του ήχου είναι πολύ πιο καλύτερη από τις δικές μας καταγραφές, και τυχαίνει να κάνω το εξής. Έχω ένα ηχείο, ένα μεγάφωνο, monitor, να το πω έτσι, όπου είναι σαν βαρελάκι και το χρησιμοποιούν, το συνηθίζουν κυρίως τα νέα τα παιδιά και οι νέοι, όπου δουλεύει μέσω Bluetooth. Μ' αρέσει λοιπόν όταν ακούω αυτές τις συναυλίες να ακουμπάω στα πλάγια τα δάχτυλά μου στο μεγάφωνο όπου παίζει τους μπάσους ήχους. Και απολαμβάνω με την αφή μου κάπως καλύτερα αυτό που βλέπω. Μήπως λοιπόν θα άξιζε να γίνει κάτι παρόμοιο, δηλαδή ο κοφός να έχει μια τέτοια κατασκευής ηχείο, το οποίο πουλάνε αυτό. Νομίζω και τα παιδιά σας έχουν, κυρία Βελιανούδη, τέτοιο μου είχατε πει, όπου ακουμπήστε τα δαχτυλά σας στα πλάγια, στο ηχείο αυτό, και θα δείτε ότι πάλετε αυτό το πράγμα, και αυτές οι παλμικές κινήσεις του μεγαφώνου, όσο πιο δυνατές είναι, τόσο περισσότερο πάλλονται. Ίσως λοιπόν αυτό να αποτελέσει για τους κοφούς μια επιπρόσθετη πληροφορία και να ικανοποιήσουν περισσότερο αυτό που βλέπουν και ακούνε.
Πολύ ωραία και έξυπνη ιδέα. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Θα μπορούσε να γίνει και project αυτό, ολόκληρο project με έρευνα μέσα, έτσι, για το πώς μπορούν...
Είναι κάτι που συμβαίνει, λέγεται πολυαισθητηριακή προσέγγιση, που είναι κάτι πάρα πολύ γνωστό σε θέματα προσβασιμότητας. Οπότε, όταν έχουμε ακουστική περιγραφή για τυφλούς, δεν περιγράφουμε απλώς, αλλά μπορεί παράλληλα να χρησιμοποιήσουμε κάτι που με την αφή θα τους βοηθήσει να ενισχύσουν αυτή την αίσθηση. Αυτό που λέτε λοιπόν εντάσσεται ακριβώς σε αυτό το πλαίσιο και είναι κάτι που συμβαίνει, αλλά φανταστείτε ότι θα πρέπει να γίνεται από τον ίδιο πια τον θεατή, γιατί αν πάμε σε μια αίθουσα κινηματογράφου δεν είναι πάρα πολύ εύκολο αυτό να το έχουμε για τον καθένα.
Ναι, μιλάω για τα τηλεοπτικά εγώ, ίσως εκεί να βοηθήσει περισσότερο στο σπίτι.
Αυτό είναι προσωπικό όμως, δηλαδή πρέπει να το έχει στο σπίτι του. Δεν είναι κάτι που μπορούμε εμείς να προσφέρουμε για να ενισχύσουμε
την... Όχι απλώς, μήπως αποτελέσει μια ελληνική καινοτομία αυτό.
Θα ήταν πολύ
όπως τα 3D γυαλιά όμως, που προσφέρονται την ώρα που μπαίνει στο σινεμά, 3D γυαλιά, θα μπορούσε να είναι ένα ατομικό ηχείο αυτό, εννοεί, τουλάχιστον σε ό,τι αφορά τον ήχο και τις χαμηλότερες συχνότητες που ακουμπάνε, όπως λέμε, στους στιθικούς, στη στιθική μουσική, στους στιθικούς ήχους. Αυτό έχει μια, δηλαδή, θα μπορούσε να είναι έτσι μια...
Είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον.
Είναι συμπληρωματικό και να αποτέλεσει μια ελληνική καινοτομία για τους κοφούς.
Βεβαίως, βεβαίως.
Ότι με ένα τέτοιο πραγματάκι μπορείτε να απολαύσετε περισσότερο.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Σίγουρα.
Υπάρχουν άλλες ερωτήσεις? Are there any questions, please? So 5 minutes break, and then we go on with the keynote speaker, Mr. Erik Knudsen. Thank you so much for attending.
δεξιά.
Κεφάλια και ονόματα μου.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Αυτό κόλλησε τώρα. Σε μένα κολλάει αυτό. Δεν κολλάει σε άλλους ανθρώπους. Αυτό πάταγα. Αυτό πάταγα. Να βλέπεις. Όχι, δεν λειτουργεί αυτό. Ξεκόλλησε. Το ποδίκι είναι.
And the presentation? You are able to control the sound where you are, so the volume and stuff. So if I just start playing, you'll be able to... So it's... yeah.
Where is it?
The video?
Yeah.
You want to test some video?
Yeah.
Try testing that one there. That one. So if you play the if you play the you can hear the sound, all right? Yeah, so if you go back and then usually when you come onto it, it holds the picture, and then when I press play, it plays the audio, the video, yeah? So if you go back one more, and back again, back to the previous slide, and again. Okay, so if you go from there to the video, so if I go, so is this one here? Ah, there. So if I go like that, it holds there as I talk about it, and then it should play. But it's not. It's not playing. It's not playing for some reason. It plays on my Mac. Very odd. More or less. Because usually it starts playing and then the title disappears. That's how it's set. Did it fully transfer everything?
Yes, but it doesn't when
In full screen.
yeah.
You want to try connecting my phone? No? So it's there. Yeah, that's the video, yeah. That's definitely it. No, it's odd. And that's also a video, that second one. So
How many videos?
I got 3. That's it. So what happened there? sorted. Yeah, let's do it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else in between. I would like to start by apologizing for the 50 minutes delay in our program. I am sure we will be late, so if we're not going to catch up. But hey, after session Audiovisual Challenges on Creative Applications, here we are for our second keynote speaker. It is my pleasure today to not formally introduce Erik Knudsen. I would like only to say that I'm very happy to introduce someone who has been introduced to me by a former student of mine, and also a student of yours. And this connection, I think it's what makes it more beautiful, because it's someone who actually left, met you, came back a different person, and is enriching also our department. Okay? I'm sure you will be saying his name, I'm not here referring. So your title, Do Not Be Afraid. Transcending Barriers of the Heart and Mind in Independent Narrative Filmmaking. Thank you so much for being with us. The stage is yours.
Oh, thank you. And I hope to finish before the Eurovision Song Contest, even though we're running late, for those of you who are very keen to make that session. So thank you very much, Dalila. And I appreciate the invitation to come to Corfu and to come to the Ionian University. Thank you, Mikhail Panagopoulos. And of course, Dalila mentioned Iakovos Panagopoulos. Where is he? There he is, yes. Very proud to say one of my PhD students who graduated from the University of Central Lancashire, where I'm based, and it's really fantastic to see this kind of connection, as Dalila is talking about, in terms of students and working with students. And I'll be mentioning Iakovos in a little while in the context of some work that we've been doing. So I'm really pleased to be here. I'm sorry I don't speak any Greek, but I hope you're all going to be okay with me speaking English. What I want to do this evening is really just to talk about fear and its relationship to creativity, and in particular in relationship to cinematic storytelling. And I think it's a particularly important issue at this moment in time. But I want to talk about it out of a context of some work we've been doing that's been funded by the Arts and Humanities Research Council in the UK called Storylab. And Iakovos has been involved with that, and we have a session happening over the next 2 or 3 days here in Corfu around some of the things that I'm going to be talking about. But I want to talk about the Storylab project, and then I want to just contextualize that a little bit in terms of my own practice. And then I particularly want to go on to talk about some of the key findings that I have got out of this project, personal to me in a sense, that I'm sort of grappling with in various ways. And this is where the theme of fear comes into the picture. So I hope you'll come with me on this little journey. I hope to show you a couple of clips as well. And hopefully at the end, if there's time, we'll have an opportunity to take questions as well. I am essentially a filmmaker, and I came into film via music many years ago. I used to be a musician, discovered film, and I think when I think of my work in academia, I think of the films coming first, because it's the practice of filmmaking. I have my own production company. We have been producing films. I'm embarrassed to say that my first feature film was made 33 years ago. Can you believe it? And I'll talk a little bit about that, and if there's time, I'll show you a clip from that, because it was quite a formative film for me. And what I have been very, very blessed with is the fact that I was always committed to independent film. I never had an ambition to go into Hollywood or into mainstream television or anything like that. So I've always been committed to independent film. And that has worked very well in terms of my academic career as well. So on top of making films that we distribute commercially, and that are currently available on various platforms, and we often have short cinematic releases as well, I also do work within what we call the Academy, and connected with that, I do some writing, and have done some writing around film practice, really, what I call applied theory. So I'm not a cultural theoretician. I think about the practice of filmmaking and the process of reflecting on that critically, and obviously framing that in terms of certain particular theories that might help in that process, but always with the end in mind of creating work that an audience is going to see and hopefully be touched by. So I've had the good fortune of actually being able to marry filmmaking in a commercial sense, even though it's independent filmmaking, and academia on the other side of it. And as a consequence, I've had a career of running master's programs in documentary production, film, fiction film production. We even, when I was at the University of Salford, started the first master's program in wildlife documentary production in Europe, So that was really good fun to set up. So I've been involved in all of that kind of stuff, but in the last sort of 10, 15 years, I've mainly been involved with research, practice-based research, and my role at the moment is really to encourage and develop particularly creative practice research in our Faculty of Culture and Creative Industries. And I'm the faculty director of research. I also oversee the humanities and so on. I'll come back to talk a little bit about that in a little while. And my career actually started, as I mentioned, a very long time ago. And what's amazing, those of you who are old enough, and I can't believe that that's that many of you, but I mean, some of us started in celluloid. We were shooting film on film, and I don't know if you can imagine a mixing studio where you have, for each track of audio that you have these huge machines with tape running, and they're in a very noisy rooms, and the mixer will be mixing rock and roll, they used to call it, and in some back room somewhere, there'd be these huge machines rolling tape back and forth. We had to go to laboratories, had intermediate negatives, positives, the negs need to be cutted, all of that kind of stuff, just to make a film. And I've been very fortunate. I remember when I went to film school in Toronto. We were given 100 foot of 16 millimeter film and told to make a documentary. I'm very fortunate to have grown up at a time where we had to be super disciplined about what we shot, how we conceptualized things, and consequently how we then developed the use of the language of film. To have the idea of just shooting unlimited footage, for example, like some of my students sometimes come back with, was just completely out of the question, unless you were some kind of, the Maisley brothers who had unlimited funding to make a documentary. It was simply out of the question. And so my first few films were made on celluloid, and it's absolutely amazing to see how we have transitioned into a world now where literally in my pocket here, I have a little device. Now, yeah, I think we're back. Okay, thanks, Nico. I mean, this is an example. You know, when I shot this film here, we were shooting in Ghana, and this is pre-mobile phones, kind of pre-computers. And we used to have to ship cans of film to Ghana, and then we would shoot some stuff in some remote village somewhere. I'd have to travel back to Accra, the capital, ship the unexposed negative to London, and then they would process it in London, and then a friend of mine would come in and look at the rushes in the laboratory to make sure that there were no technical problems like hair in the gate and stuff like that. And then we would have a pre-arranged time, pre-mobile, where I would go to the post office in Accra to make a phone call to him, to have a discussion about, is the footage okay? Do you need to reshoot anything? And so on, yeah? That's how it went on now. Now, I just shoot on my mobile phone, and I use Frame.io, and I have colleagues on the other side of the world who are looking at what I'm doing live. I can edit the film on my phone, color grade it, and distribute it to the whole world. I mean, for those of us who've been through that transition, this is a complete revolution. An amazing revolution. But I'm so happy that I started in the analog world in terms of the disciplines that I was taught, in terms of shooting stuff, organizing your thoughts. And now, of course, I'm in the very lovely situation where I'm coming to Corfu to shoot a film with Iacobos as a co-producer. And, you know, when you look at the changes that have happened in terms of how crews are structured, the size of teams that you need to shoot stuff, the multitasking, you can put teams together of multitasking people. It's a fantastic change that has occurred. And it does have its problems, because I think abundance and ease of use creates new problems. And in fact, I wrote an article called Cinema of Poverty, and the subtitle of it is Simplicity and Independence in an Age of Complexity and Abundance. And one of the things I'm saying is that actually abundance in itself is a problem, is a barrier often to getting at something truthful and valuable. But that's a side story. So it's been a fantastic journey to this point where I'm finding myself coming to Corfu to make a film using some of the latest technologies and the ability to be free. But at the heart of what I do, actually, the technology doesn't matter at all. Because creative people, in my view, work with whatever they've got. And what is at the heart of what I'm doing is that I'm telling stories. And what's become clear to me is that actually, we're all telling stories all the time, and that my world is completely constructed of stories. You know, when you can talk about prophets, for example, like Jesus, for example, using parables to discuss and describe very complex metaphysical issues. Yeah? At the other extreme, you have Albert Camus, atheist, telling the story, the myth of Sisyphus, for example, telling the stories of what the consequences of atheism is, But he had to do it in a story. He did it in a particular narrative form, of course. The parable was an oral story, what I call an oral narrative, but the story is a kind of universal thing that you can't really touch, but the form it comes out in is as an oral story. Of course, Camus was writing his story. You have examples like Einstein. When I don't know if those of you who've read his general theory of relativity will have come across a story he tells in order to explain his ideas around gravity. He describes a character who goes into a skyscraper, and then as he's coming down the lift, the cable snaps, and the lift starts to free fall, and the guy in the lift starts to float. He's telling a story in order to explain his scientific theory. Because actually, if he told it even as a mathematical equation, that too is a narrative. In a few months' time, I'm going to meet my accountant to go through the books of our film company, One Day Films. And my accountant is going to tell me the story of my company through the narrative form of the accounts. He's a storyteller too. I think of people who are gossiping over a garden fence, talking about what happened that day. What are they doing? They're telling each other stories back and forth. Or think of social media. What are you doing? You're telling yourselves, or your friends and your family, stories all the time. And that is how we construct our world. And I'd like to distinguish between story and narrative, in the sense that story, there are some really prototypical stories that you keep seeing across time, across cultures, across different contexts. But those same prototypical stories are told in many different narrative forms that change over time, that change in different contexts, that change according to the different skills that people might have or the different technologies they might have access to. So one of the things that I'm really, really interested in is the nature of stories and the nature of narratives that are engaging with those stories. And that is really where we end up talking about our project, Story Lab. Because we talk about the democratization of the technology. The fact is, you can go into an African village, they might not have running water, but they will have a mobile phone that they can make movies with. And they can connect to the whole world. So actually, the means of storytelling, you can see, actually takes priority over some other things. It's absolutely amazing when you see what people are up to in some countries where you would expect them to be concerned with certain issues, but actually their primary concern is the communication, is the kind of contact with other people, and that's generally through storytelling. And what we were interested in trying to explore was, okay, so the technology's been democratized to a great extent. Everybody has access to the means of making films. But has the mind and the heart been democratized? Has the stories that people want to tell and the stories they are telling, have they actually come out of a free, authentic place? And are they really as free as the technology suggests that they should be? And we wanted to understand that a little bit by doing some workshops exploring the process of ideas generation. Yeah? So it's not about the craft of screenwriting. It's not about craft. It's about understanding where are people's stories coming from, how are they giving those stories the initial shape, and are those stories actually reflecting a freedom that the technology is actually giving them access to. So I assembled a wonderful team of people. You see, Jakobos is part of this team, and we have been working to explore not only that question about the democratization of the sources of stories, and I'm going to come back to this idea of ownership of stories in a minute, but the sources of stories, where they're coming from, are they the stories that people really want to tell? And then the second question that comes out of this, if we've had this kind of democratization, this old model of having universities and having film schools to train people, is that actually the right model when you're talking about a democratized situation for developing people's storytelling skills? So we were going to explore a number of different ways of working with people to try and address those couple of issues. And we had a wonderful team of people. We got funding from the Arts and Humanities Research Council, which is a research council in the UK that funds the government funding of research. And this is all based on my personal practice as well as reflections on working and developing stories with people over the years. And I've written a book about this that actually forms the kind of theoretical base of some of the things that we're exploring. You know, one of the things that, for example, that is recognized in the UK amongst the highest level of research funding bodies is the fact that research can be very, very personal. But from that personal research, the best of it is the stuff that you can actually extrapolate wider significance from that personal exploration. And in a sense, what I'm trying to address here is this issue that what I've found is that the more personal you get in the kind of stories that you want to tell, ironically or paradoxically, the more universal the themes are that you're dealing with that other people will be able to link into. It's a very, very interesting phenomena that we see all the time when we're working with people. And I think one of the interesting things that might suggest, actually, is the fact that you can see why these prototypical stories emerge. Because actually, we're all concerned with more or less the same things. And I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Yeah? You know, people fall in love everywhere. And it doesn't matter what situation they're in, whether they're rich or poor, there are some universal stories around that theme that you can find actually by going into the super personal. And this book is really about that and kind of talks a bit about that. But what we're concerned with in terms of funding, of course, because we have to get money for our projects. And this is the harsh reality of working in, certainly if you know, it's possible to do research and not get any funding, of course, and maybe some of the best research does happen that way. But in our case, we needed some serious funding to do this. And what we were able to do is to take this idea of very personal, the idea of the kind of authentic personal voice and story, and exploring how we can understand what's going on in terms of the stories that people want to tell. But we were able to link it with some grand challenges, some grand themes, because I don't know what it's like in Greece, but in England, the big thing now in research circles is that you have to be able to demonstrate impact. You know, the next 3 years, the British government are pumping, 25 billion pounds. That's about 30 billion euros into university research. Unfortunately, in the arts, we're only going to get about 1 billion of that. That shows you how much goes to medicine and engineering and so on. But that's a lot of money. And they want to basically know, what are we getting for our money? It doesn't matter whether you're an engineer or whether you're an artist. What are we getting for our money? So in order to make our case, we identified a number of areas where we think it's very, very important to understand and equip people with skills of storytelling, because it has a direct impact on some of these grand challenges. One of them is, for example, is number 4, quality education. You know, one of the issues we're looking at is, well, we're talking about democratizing the technology, and we're talking about democratizing the kind of voice and the plurality of voices. Well, how do we restructure the way we think about education to create quality education that enables that to happen? That's one of the things that we were looking at. The other thing we were looking at is number 8, decent work and economic growth. The UK economy, about 6.1% of it is creative industries. That's 6 times the size of agriculture. If you go to Nigeria and you see the scale of the film industry there, I mean, they make thousands of feature films every year. They employ hundreds of thousands of people. Any industry, creative industry, that needs to be able to sustain itself needs to have very, very good mechanisms to enable original ideas and stories to emerge. Even when you go to Hollywood and you see the amount of money they spend on development, all the focus is always on production and distribution, but they spend a lot of money on story development. And we successfully made the argument that if you want to help sustain a successful creative sector in film, you need to create an environment and a context and a training regime in which unique original stories have a chance to emerge. And then the third one we were looking at was this thing about reduced inequalities. This idea, actually, of by opening up the voices, by pluralizing the voices. So, for example, the work we were doing in Colombia, and I'll show you the countries we've been working in, there has been a long-standing civil war that's been going on for years. And part of the problem is that there are communities who are completely isolated because of that. So the question then becomes, in what ways can you use encourage people to develop stories and to tell their stories in a way that can help reduce inequalities by re-engaging them into society? And I'm going to show you a clip from a particular community where this was an issue. Yeah, so there are three kind of grand themes that we can point to and say, yeah, the work we're doing around creative storytelling, it might seem nebulous, talking about ideas and where ideas come from and helping people to develop ideas, but we can point, and we have some evidence, we've done some evidence tracking to track some of the impacts in these areas in some of the places we've worked. And we can see that what we're doing has a direct impact on people's lives. And that's what we're interested in. And some of the countries we worked with, so Iakovos, I think is my mic okay? Yeah? Iakovos did 2 workshops for us in California, and I'm going to show you a clip from some of the work he did there. Fantastic workshops. We've done workshops in Malaysia, we've done some in Greece, but that's a fairly recent thing. But the original Story Lab actually started in Cuba, where I've been going for over 20 years. Between 1998 and 2018, I went at least once a year to Cuba, to the International Film School there. And in the latter part of those years, I developed some of the ideas around Story Lab and some of the kind of techniques around working with people in terms of ideas generation. Then we put together the project in Colombia, Ghana, and Malaysia. And then we've done a little bit of work in Iakovos and I have done a little bit of work in the UK as well. So this is one of the wonderful things about doing a project like this, is that you can kind of compare what people are thinking about in different countries. And it's a wonderful opportunity to kind of work with people in very different situations and learn something about the stories they want to tell, how they want to tell them. And we have a wonderful community of what I call citizen filmmakers and independent filmmakers. And, fantastic to work with all of these people in these different countries. Another reason why I think, I went backwards. Another reason why I think this is important is, I talked about the world being shaped by stories, and that's actually how we construct our world. You can go a step further and say, well, actually, when you think about how we establish our histories, that is through storytelling. How do we establish and talk about our values? That is through storytelling. How do we share the things that we feel about each other and the world in which we live? That is through storytelling. The fact is that actually we're all involved in storytelling, and part of the challenge is to try and understand how best to utilize that to get at the bits that we really want to talk about. Coming back, hold that thought, I'm coming back to that. In other words, you can look at the stories that we're telling as a society and as individuals, and you can determine what our values are, what our history is, what we're worried about, what's concerning us, what we're aspiring to. The whole damn lot you can look at and understand by looking at the stories we tell each other. And of course, those stories are changing all the time, and they're changing in different parts of the world. I had a potential Nigerian PhD student I was talking to who wanted to do something about what has happened to the Nigerian cinema hero. Yeah? In other words, the stories in Nigeria are changing because of the Western influences in terms of values, and therefore the nature of the very heroes of the stories is changing. And you can just look at how the heroes are changing to see how society is changing. It's a wonderful way to try and think and understand the world. So what we're doing in our Story Lab workshops is we developed a kind of methodology that we call ethnomediaology. We kind of stole a little bit from ethnomusicology, and we stole a little bit from the anthropologists, and then we put it together, and we created this thing called ethnomediaology. And what are the underlying values of that? Basically, what we do, we think about integrity. We think about equity. We think about focusing not on the teacher-student relationship, but the idea of mentoring and mentorship, and the fact that actually we're all equal. Everybody is a storyteller. Everybody is involved in that process on an equal footing. The other thing we're looking for is authenticity. With the workshops we do, it all starts inside people. And this is one of the things that some people find difficult. Even the stories are not necessarily going to be autobiographical, but they need to be authentic. And that's what we're looking for. And openness, this is about the way that we work in the workshops. We're all starting with a blank slate. This is not workshops where people are bringing existing ideas, because what you'd be really surprised about is the fact that actually the stories we develop with people are stories that they don't usually know that they had in them. And it's usually a surprise when we end up and we look at the stories. It's a surprise in the sense that I won't go into detail about how we do the particular workshops, but an important part of it is the fact that actually, what happened there? An important part of it is that people discover this area that I call necessity, something, feeling, the intangible bits that's actually driving their storytelling. And the process of the workshops themselves are actually very much about discovery. Discovering stories that you're clearly carrying around with you, but maybe you don't have the skills, the abilities, or the context in which to properly explore them. And often where we take people is to self-discovery. But I want to just show you a couple of clips. Before I go on and talk a little bit, before I finish off, I have a tough taskmaster here. I want to just show you a couple of very brief clips of films that have come out of this Story Lab. One from Colombia, which was made by the Chimila people in the Santa Marta region, which is on the Atlantic coast, who have been traditionally excluded from the political processes because they're not recognized as a tribe by the Colombian government. So they're just living on their own and stuff like that. And we did two sets of workshops in Colombia. First, we worked with independent filmmakers, and then we did another workshop with those independent filmmakers to explore how they might go and do their own ethnomediaology workshop with these people. So I've never met any of these people, but the Colombian mentors have. And what's amazing is how For the first time, this community has made a film, very first time, and we've got good evidence, in terms of documentary evidence of people talking about the impact that this has had on the community, in terms of them for the first time being able to talk and think about articulating their situation to the outside world. So this is partly about breaking down inequalities within a country. Let me see if this will work.
Oh, Luisa.
Ani, ini kanka. Doceta.
Ani, usah kuiri. Ini gua nggak.
Uja kren. Kija gua kemeka.
Oke, sekarang harus nih na kiri gua.
Kija uja kren. Aumenta jato.
Silencio, mi gente, que hablar la Cabildo Rito. ¿Ya todos tienen sus tabacos? Sí. Bueno, préndanos. Que les traigo una sorpresa y la cosa está buena. Ayer hablé con el alcalde y el alcalde nos invita a hacer un sancocho en la playa. Bueno, ya. Pero que llevemos nuestras ollas, platos y cucharas.
Cabildo Rita, ¿será posible llevar mi tutumito para sacar agua de la playa?
Por supuesto que sí.
Primero vayamos donde las autoridades para que nos den la bendición, pero primero escondamos nuestros
Sí, escondamos nuestros tabacos.
¿Cuál es el plan de gobierno de ellos? ¿Y alguna pregunta?
Pero los candidatos han llegado a dialogar con la mesa de autoridad, con los mayores y la mayora. Ya ellos se han hecho buenas. Sí, muy buenas. Nena, a la orden.
Vengo a informarles que quiero ser cabildo.
Bueno, vini que karatuko ogweta egwe nakati da kranti meka kwanura. Ogwete, huesa, ogwete.
Yo quiero ser su cabildo porque he visto la necesidad.
That film actually went on to be shown at various festivals, and I think it won a couple of awards. First time that community's ever made a film. And I know that some of the young women in particular wanted to go on and work in the media in Colombia as a consequence of this experience. So hopefully we'll see some further impacts down the road in terms of this community. So, am I back? Okay, thanks. This is a project that Iakovos worked on with the Tehon tribe. So now we're going to one of the richest parts in the world, yeah? Where we had, one of my colleagues, Professor Robinson, was doing an archaeology project in California about Native American Indians and their heritage in the hills just north of Los Angeles. And they were having a problem because the local contemporary Tehon people were simply not interested in the archaeology project. They were not interested in the land. They were just not interested. The other issue, of course, was that the young people were specifically not interested. And there was only, I think, Jakobs, correct me, one native speaker left, who spoke the local language. So there's a clear thing going on there, and we were asked to come in and see what we could do about it. And this is a good chance to experiment with the Story Lab principle and try and see what we could do with it. And I think one of the things that I found really interesting about this, not only did we get some young people, or Jakobs did rather, get some young people involved, interesting outcome was that it created a conversation between the younger generation and the older generation. A really, really important impact, I think. So let me just show you a clip from this. And I mean, these young girls here, before we were involved, had shown absolutely no interest in their cultural heritage. They were mainly interested in their mobile phones, social media, and their SUVs. And then look at what they created. I'd love to play the whole thing, but I'm just conscious of time. But this is a wonderful expression of some young people who have never engaged with their culture in this way before, and the process of enabling them to develop a story around the land was very important, I think, for them as well. This is what they say anyway. Now, I just want to, head towards the final part of my talk just by raising some issues for you to think about, the issues that I'm thinking about, that have come out of this project for me. There are two strands, and I'm going to be focusing on one of them. The first is best for me to summarize in terms of a personal experience. When I was around 20, I wrote a short film. I sent it off to the Arts Council. I was shortlisted. I went to an interview. And there was a panel of white people. Fine, that's not a particular problem. But what happened was that they saw me come into the room, and I think they got totally confused. They saw my name, which is a Scandinavian name. They saw the color of my skin, which doesn't fit the image of a Scandinavian. And then obviously they read the script, which was a kind of normal middle-class script that didn't talk about either of those things. And we went through the interview, and they said, Erik, we like you, we like you. We want to support you, but this is not the right script for it. Why don't you go and work with the film officer and come up with another proposal, and then we will definitely fund it. So I had my first meeting with the film officer, and I very quickly realized he wanted me to make films about black issues. And I said, no, thank you very much, and went my own way. Yeah? And I have seen so many examples of people being ghettoized into not telling the story they want to tell, but to tell the story that other people are expecting them to tell. And a lot of people feel pressurized into doing that. And I can't tell you how many black people I know who only make films about black issues. I can't tell you how many disabled students I've met who 3 or 4 years of studies have only made films about their disability. Somehow subconsciously. And when I think about all of these billions of euros going into research where we're going in to study the other, yeah? Usually people we think from our privileged positions are poor, disenfranchised, and we come with lots of money, and no matter how much we say we're going to co-create and co-design and collaborate and be equal, that's simply not the case in my experience. Partly because people often want to please, and when money is involved, money talks. And one of the fears I have, particularly when we do workshops, if they're not designed very, very carefully, they're actually steering people towards telling stories that we are projecting onto them. Yeah? So our concerns, our ideologies, our values, we're very, very subtly projecting onto others, and when we're working with them, we are responding well to the ideas that they might come up with that fit that agenda. Yeah? A lot of this is subliminal. We mean well, our intentions are good, but I'm super conscious about this when we're developing stories, because I see lots of examples of people who are not telling their story. They're telling the story that they think you want to hear. That's one theme. I'm not going to touch on that this evening, but there's a whole area of exploration there that we could look at. What I want to talk about is the other area, which is about the role of fear. And I think fear is a really, really big issue for creative people. And it's a big issue, particularly now, and when working with people, particularly when you're taking them into their very personal, private world, all sorts of fears come into being. And I would say that fear is the single biggest obstacle to people telling the story that they want to tell. You know, whether it's fear of failure, fear of ridicule, fear of your peers laughing at you, or whether it's very realistic fears, like in some countries, you get your head chopped off if you say what you think, or if you tell a story. Your life is in danger. And the process of overcoming these fears to tell the stories that are very, very important to you is one of the things that we have to work with in our Story Lab project. We have all sorts of, I'm going to touch a little bit on the AGI thing, because that's, all of my colleagues and friends, they're all worried about artificial general intelligence and large language models in storytelling. I don't know if you noticed that the Screenwriters Guild in Los Angeles are going on strike, and one of the reasons is that they want to stop studios using AGI to help write the scripts, or they want to refuse to amend scripts that have first been generated by AGI. Yeah? So fear. My daughter gave me a book a few years ago which was about the history of apocalypses. And you realize, actually, people have been afraid of all sorts of things for a very long time. Yeah? And we're no different now, even though we think we're much more advanced in many ways. And you know, one example, I'll just hurry through this in a sense, is the whole idea of what, did you remember well, you won't remember, but you'll have heard Roosevelt saying in the Great Depression in the United States that the thing to fear was fear itself. I don't know if you've heard that term, yeah? That fear can actually destroy people. I don't know if you're, you know, I've seen some recent statistics around anxiety levels amongst young people, particularly since 2012 when social media shot up, and it's particularly relevant for women. The curve goes like this in the United States. People are super anxious about all sorts of things and everything. And the problem is that if we're looking at everything through this prism of fear, we can't actually get to the things that are important or the things that are valuable, because in many ways, we are being knocked about in all sorts of different directions. We have no framework. I think in many traditional cultures, they have their religious frameworks, for example. It was more important in certain cultures to be afraid of God than to be afraid of another human being. Eh? Because at least if you're afraid of God, your standards are very high. But if you're afraid of another human being, it depends on who's in power. And one of the things I've noticed is that people in power use fear as a means of controlling the stories that we're hearing and that we're being told. And of course, everybody is talking about AGI at the moment. And I mean, just very briefly, I don't have time to go into this, but you know, remember when well, again, you don't remember, but the Gutenberg press, when that came out in 1500 and whatever, people were dead scared of that. Because suddenly anybody could print stories and print philosophies and talk about new ideas. And loads of people were absolutely terrified about it and wanted to start banning it. Do you remember when, you probably read some stuff around when photography arrived in the 19th century, thought this is the end of painting? Well, I'm glad to say that not only did painting survive, it reinvented itself. European painting anyway. You know, people are thinking about, you go to Saudi Arabia, only recently allowed films in cinemas. Because as far as they were concerned, cinema was the devil. They were afraid of it. So I think we have a lot of issues around fear that we need to handle. And part of this, I think, is to do with worldviews. That if you are essentially a materialist, I think there are two kinds of fears around AGI. One is about jobs and employment and working practices, and I think that will definitely happen because in that sense it's about productivity. But the other fear that people have is about this Frankenstein thing, that somehow AGI will create an intelligence and we will become redundant as people. And that, I think, is down to worldview. Because if you think that consciousness is created by matter, then you have a good reason to be afraid. I don't personally see any evidence of that, because when let me just get this one back again. When I think about technology and AGI, and I think of it as a tool, I think, information, knowledge, that's not actually what storytelling is about. When I look at all the stories that I'm engaged with and the people that I'm engaged with, actually, most stories are concerned with issues about what ought I to do, what ought I not to do, yeah? Moral duties and moral values, what's good and what's bad. And I think that the fact is that we are negotiating constantly a world where we're trying to get to grips with that moral universe. And that's essentially what stories are doing. They are the means by which we are grappling, not with knowledge itself, but with the knowledge of what we should do in this world, and what's right to do in this world, and what's wrong to do in this world, what's valuable and what's less valuable, and all the variations that come from those two strands. And that if you think of storytelling in that way, in my view, there's nothing to be afraid of. Because we will use whatever technologies are at hand to continue to grapple with those issues. In a sense, the prism is a moral prism, and the stories are the means by which we're trying to understand it. I mean, I think of, if you think of a Christian, for example, they would say, well, there's a divine level where there's absolute good, absolute justice, absolute truth. That's what they call God. An atheist will say, no, I have an ideology, but I also believe in an absolute truth, absolute justice, and absolute good behavior, and so on. The argument is about how you get there. And in a sense, the atheist might say, well, we can do it all ourselves. And the Christian might say, no, we need some help. We can't do it on our own. Yeah? These are different worldviews that, in a sense, we're grappling with in our stories, back and forth, and we're trying to understand that moral landscape, because I think that essentially that's what makes us human, is to come to terms with these moral challenges and moral dilemmas in our lives, and stories are the way to do that. And then, of course, where do we start? Well, there's an old American saying, if you ain't where you are, you ain't nowhere. So this idea of starting with the simple things that we have right in front of us, and actually working with what we have and the little things we have, is the gateway to telling the stories that have these bigger themes and issues. And to do that, of course, an essential quality, I think much more important than talent, much more important than skills, much more important than what technology you're using. The one character that I think I would like to, when I work with students, like to try and develop is courage. It's number one. And how can we develop training and support and teaching methods that help people to have courage and risk everything for the things that they believe they need to say. And only when they can do that will they actually tell those authentic stories that we all need to hear and that we all need to grapple with. I was going to show you, didn't I just show you that one? I was going to show you a little clip of a personal experience, but I think it's time that I wrap it up. And you can see why my theme tonight has really been about the importance of courage and overcoming fear in storytelling and in developing our ability to tell our own authentic stories, and in so doing, engaging with other people around us, circling around this kind of magic thing that we call life and being, to try and understand it and to make the most of it. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a wonderful speech. And since we're in the country of mythos, your speech showed to us what a great luck we've had with the collapse of the great narrations globally. And now that we have the emergence of personal stories. But the most interesting part about your project is the fact that you also struggle with your own biases and preconceptions as artists. And this is our current struggle. Because, as you mentioned before, and with the AI revolution, biases are going to be something that's going to be of great importance in the future. And it's something we have to deal with and listen to all the personal narrations and mythos. Do we have any questions that we would like to pose to Mr. Knudsen? Mr. Zanos.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, thank you very much for a very, very inspiring speech. I particularly liked the second part of your talk, where you went kind of romantic and beyond the everyday organizational aspects that you showed in the first part. And I want to ask about this part. Since the topic of your talk is about fear, do you actually, in your projects, encourage people to overcome fear, to take risks? And if so, how do you do that in your workshops, in your work?
That's a very good question. Yes, this thing about overcoming fear is at the heart of the workshops. Because often when we're starting, there's nothing more frightening than being in front of a blank sheet of paper and thinking, I have no idea. Yeah? And it's about then overcoming the fear of, for example, one of the ways we work is, what do children do? We often think of children as very creative and they just do things like, I remember my, son would do crazy things like put a jam sandwich in the DVD player and you think, what are you doing? Stop that, The thing is that we've got to encourage people to play and not to be afraid to play in order as a method of exploring where a story or what a story might be. And that also helps overcome some of, well, first of all, their fears, but also some of their own prejudices about what they think they should be doing, perhaps, for example, to please other people. So one of the techniques we use is playing, and playing around with imagery, starting in completely banal places, and then playing around with imagery, and then starting to see what emerges, and then helping to give people the confidence to go with something without necessarily intellectually being able to justify it. Yeah, so that's a very, very important part. As Kipling says, do not think consciously. When your demon is in charge, drift, wait, obey. That's what we try and teach people to do.
Do we have any other questions that you would like to pose? Okay, so this is a wrap, as you say in the cinema.
Silence.
Yes. Probably you've covered mostly of the themes that someone would be interested in asking you. Your speech was very, very wholesome and very complete. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you. Thank you.
And now we proceed with the fifth session. And Mrs. Katerellos is coming to the chair.
Could I get Nikos to remove my little USB drive? Oh, he's coming here.
Yeah. We're going to have a 5-minute break before our next session.
So Nikos, could I have my little drive as well?
Dear colleagues, please take your seats.
Monsignore.
Dear colleagues, whoever is going to be present at the last session of the DCAC 2023, please take your seats.
Μα δεν ακούμε κιόλας. Πώς? Τι πράγμα? Τι να μ' ακούσετε, εγώ δεν θα μιλήσω, εσείς θα μιλήσετε.
Well, we start the session 5 of the DCAC. Please, would you mind? We are the hell late, unfortunately, so I'm gonna ask all the presenters to be as short as possible, and in accordance to the organizing committee of the conference, I'm afraid that we're going to have no questions. Deeply sorry for that, but it's the problem of the last sessions. So, session title is Artistic Perception, Vision, Art and Technology. We begin with the first presentation entitled From the End to the Beginning of a Script, Pitching Essentials in AI Era, presented by Barbara Doukas. Nico? Είμαστε έτοιμοι?
Βλέπω εδώ. Και πάω κάτω πώς. Next. So I try to be very, very short, and it's very connected with the previous keynote speech from Mr. Knudsen, the presentation that I prepared, because it has to do with AI and the script development. So It makes sense in the vast world of artificial intelligence when we don't want to waste time with abstract, banal answers to be ready to ask the right questions. So after almost 10 years of experience running the International Drama Film Festival Pitching Lab, I can say that the basic questions contained in a good pitching document, as we discovered it and we worked a lot of that in 10 years, can unlock a path through which interesting versions of the story we want to write can emerge. So, the importance of the concept. The concept is everything. Story concept is the heart of every pitch, as any movie has to be marketed and sold to audiences. So a good pitch accommodates the fundamental need as it contains a clear, marketable, and easily understood concept. But is it enough to provide a good concept to an AI tool like the tool Jasper that does all the work for you in project development, in synopsis or treatment or a whole script? So, how to convey your idea effectively? There are 3 ways to express your story without sending your audience to sleep. First of all, a premise question. That means, what if this happens? A log line and a powerful hook. I'm running a bit. So what if 2 young men strangle their inferior classmate, hide his body in their apartment, and invite his friends and family to a dinner party as a means to challenge the perfection of their crime? Which film is The Rope. So, another example. What if a controlling, manipulative father locks his 3 adult offspring in a state of perpetual childhood by keeping them prisoner within the sprawling family compound? Dogtooth. Look what happens if we put this question to AI. Of course, it says that you seek help as soon as possible. If you have time to read, some of the situation is real. It takes for granted that the 3 adult offspring seek help immediately. What do we conclude for that? If we pose the question that is a fictional story and help me to develop a script for a feature film, look what it answers. Sure, I can help you develop a script. And there are 3 acts that proposes. And if you have time to read it, you will understand that the action proposed by the AI is the most common and based on the accepted standards of the linear Aristotelian narrative, and indeed with a Hollywood happy ending. The film ends with the siblings walking off into the sunset, free at last, but forever changed by their ordeal. I think that was not Lanthimos' script, this that AI provides you. As we understand, it's a fact that is clearly, certainly far from the movie. Let's try with the genre. Which genre would it be such a story? There are some proposals: psychological thriller, horror, or drama. Ultimately, the genre of the film will depend on the tone, style, and themes you choose to emphasize. Whatever genre you choose, be sure to stay true to the heart of the story and the characters involved. What does the AI tell you? That you should be authentical, you should return the story to yourself, So to have some conclusions with this game. The hook. Where is the hook for the audience in such a story? The hook for the audience in a story about a manipulative father who locks his 3 adult offspring is in the premise itself, in the psychological aspect, in the family dynamics, or in the suspense. So ultimately, the hook for the audience will depend on how the story is presented and what themes and elements are emphasized. Again, it returns the question to the creator. Let's try to make a log line. I'm running because we don't have so much time. So it returns to the very basic question, why do I want to do this film? And of course the answer, as an AI language model, I cannot say for certain why you want to do this film. So it proposes some motivations: to raise awareness, to explore complex themes, to entertain and captivate audiences, to challenge and provoke. And final, whatever your motivation may be, it's important to approach the story with care and sensitivity and to strive to create a thoughtful, thought-provoking and impactful film that does justice to the serious subject matter. What does this mean? It gives you advices, not solutions. Let's try with another question. My father was abusive. How much of my personal story should I reveal? Again, as an AI language model, I cannot give you specific advice on how much of your personal story to reveal in your film. So, sorry, I'll give you another example of a pitching document about a film that was gained a prize in drama. The short summary: Delaware, a 12-year-old boy from Afghanistan, is seeking asylum with his family from Finland. Before receiving a negative result for the application, he is being helped by a 35-year-old Finnish peacekeeper, Jussi Ravi, on an ice skating rink. A couple of years after the incident, they meet again, the time in the night of Mazar-e-Sharif, Afghanistan. Delaware has been recruited by extremists, and his suicide mission is interrupted by Jussi Ravi, who is working on a crisis management operation. War Hero is a story about 2 strangers being brought together by accident in 2 different countries. And AI's opinion. The film explores the complex nature of heroism, demonstrating that it is not a fixed or universal concept, but rather something that is shaped by context, perspective, and individual beliefs and values. As we see, we are not able to describe the action, the details about the characters. The help of AI will only be in a theoretical discussion, deepening the motivation and concepts we want to negotiate. Here we will note how pitching document and questions, and the questions that should have been answered in it, can help us in all stages. Pitching essentials. A good pitch says what the story is, not the story, but the story type of the subject. It should give a clear sense of the central characters, the genre, why your movie is different from others of the same type, what attracted you to the idea, and it will say why your movie will appeal to audience. This means referring to the theme, issues, and/or contemporary to context, what other movies it is like, how it might affect an audience. It will indicate what makes this project uniquely your own. You should try to mention research you have done that has helped you to write the script, contacts you have made related to your project, your personal relationship with the material. And above all, at all stages of writing our script, we must not forget the 10 basic questions that every level of script development should be tested. Is my treatment story original enough, or it sounds like other movies have already made? What is the phrase, word that makes the difference? What is the genre of my film? Which is my audience? Where is my hook hiding? What is really happening on this film? What producers like? What audience like? Why I want to do this film? Who I really am in this film? That means that the AI can help you only if you deepen yourself and create your own 3D characters and not a sketch, not a story, not what am I thinking about an idea, but if you can answer into these questions in every level of your story development. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm so fast and furious.
Thank
but,
you.
If you want, I can release my presentation and I can give more details whenever you want. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Ms. Doukas, especially for the not consuming the time and giving us these opportunities. And
Some flashes. Some flashes.
Precisely. And we move forward to the next presentation entitled Could Augmented Reality Applications Support Bilingual Students with Dyslexia? Presented by Mr. Papadopoulos.
Papadopoulos Stefanos, yes.
Papadopoulos Stefanos. Thank you very much. It's co-authored by Polixini Kaimara, Mr. Papadopoulos, Sofia Stamu, Eleni Griva, and Asimina Tsibidaki. Please, Mr. Papadopoulos, you know.
Thank you. Kalispera, good evening. Our paper has two pillars, education and augmented reality. The main question is, could augmented reality applications support bilingual students with dyslexia? In our multicultural society, more and more students of diverse linguistic backgrounds attend schools in their respective host countries. At the same time, there has been a growing research interest in the learning process of students with dyslexia. Nowadays, educational technology has been enhanced with cutting-edge application in order to support both bilingual students and students with dyslexia. However, the question we pose here is, what about bilingual students diagnosed with dyslexia? This work presents the pedagogical affordances of augmented reality applications for bilingual students with dyslexia. First, we will proceed with the definitions. Bilingual students are a group that forms a significant component of special and inclusive education. Throughout time, numerous definitions have been given to make the field clear. The main reason is the various sociocultural profiles of these individuals and some specific criteria such as age, skills, the balance between the two languages, and the dynamics of language use. For instance, equal knowledge of two languages can be described as balanced bilingualism. Another example is early bilingualism, when someone consolidates a second language during early childhood. Today, bilingual can be characterized any person who is capable of communicating in writing or orally, or can understand a second language at any linguistic level and any age. Bilingual students may face unique challenges when learning a second language, such as difficulty with vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation, as well as cultural differences and a lack of confidence. Additionally, bilingual students may experience interference from their first language, which can make it difficult to learn the second language. Another interesting group of students struggling to acquire language skills are students with special learning difficulties. Specific learning difficulties, including dyslexia, is a systematic study field at the difficulties faced by students with special educational needs. Dyslexia or the specific learning difficulties affects reading and writing skills. The cerebral function of a dyslexic individual, and in a more general sense, a dyslexic student, has a unique print and operates differently from a standard point of reference. As mentioned, people who have dyslexia struggle with reading words because they have difficulty processing the individual sounds of language and matching those sounds with letters and letter combinations. These deficits tend to have a spill-on effect on other literacy skills, like understanding what you are reading and also writing. Students with dyslexia often struggle with phonetics, which can make it difficult to learn a new language. Dyslexia is sometimes overlooked or underdiagnosed in bilingual children because people assume they are just struggling with a new language. A good indicator of dyslexia is if kids have trouble reading in their first language as well as their second language. To address the difficulties of struggling students, the multisensory approach is considered to be a unique instructional strategy based on the assumption that individuals learn more easily and less tiringly if they are taught using more than one sense modality. Multisensory educational programs and their techniques meet the criteria set by the principles of universal design learning as well as differentiated instruction. So, augmented reality. In recent years, educational technology has provided solutions for teaching children with and without learning difficulties. In exploring the features of educational technology to overcome a variety of learning barriers, it was found that augmented reality can solve several difficulties for teachers when trying to develop low-cost educational materials, as it brings together unique educational qualities. Augmented reality is a technology that enables the user to see the real world simultaneously with virtual objects that overlay and/or reconstruct the real world. There are 8 key AR education affordances, as you can see here: collaboration, connectivity, student-centered, community, exploration, shared knowledge, multisensory experience, authenticity. Augmented reality has been implemented quickly and easily thanks to mobile devices equipped with cameras and record images of the real environment. The latest research has demonstrated that AR applications play an important role in achieving literacy because they integrate the aforementioned features based on basic principles of learning theories. The purpose of this work was to examine whether AR affordances can contribute to the learning of bilingual students with dyslexia. The methodology followed was a meta-analysis of previous studies, literature review. Kostoulas and Alexiou, 2020, conducted a systematic review of 24 studies that investigated the use of AR for foreign language learning. They found that AR can enhance language learning in various ways, such as improving vocabulary acquisition, grammar, and pronunciation. Valtanov and Dunleavy, 2018, proposed an ecological perspective for the use of AR in language learning, which emphasizes the importance of context and interaction of language learning. They suggested that AR can provide contextualized and interactive language learning experiences that can enhance motivation and engagement. Several studies have investigated the effect of augmented reality on reading performance and comprehension of studies with dyslexia. So let's go back in time when we were in the first grade in primary school. We implement the use of augmented reality for the letter alpha. Let's see a small video here. we use the device for augmented reality. Poor sound. Anyway, by displaying images and letters in both Greek and English, augmented reality can help students visualize the object and better understand the relationship between the words in both languages. Furthermore, the inclusion of audio recordings of the words being spoken can help students with dyslexia who struggle with phonetics. So, to sum up, designing digital learning environments accessible to bilingual individuals with dyslexia should contain information that is represented in different appropriate sensory channels using a combination of media. Multimodal interaction, simultaneously harnessing all available human-computer communication channels to ensure accessibility to users with different abilities and skills is human-centered. AR brings together all these features and can support the design of inclusive learning environments, enhancing collaboration between all students regardless of their learning profile. While there is limited research on how augmented reality specifically helps bilingual students with dyslexia, some studies suggest that the use of visual aids can be beneficial for students with dyslexia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Papadopoulos, also for the time you kept. And we move forward to the next, which is entitled Building a Simplified Role-Playing Game Using Mythology, co-authored by Marina Kouki, Vasiliki Arkoumani, Konstantinos Tsakas, Varvara Garnelli, and Vasilios Komnianos. And is presented by Vasiliki Arkoumani. Thank you. Vasiliki, you know.
Okay, greetings everyone. We'd like to welcome you to this beautiful event. My name is Vasiliki Arkoumani and this is my colleague Konstantinos Tsakas, and we'd like to present to you how we built a simplified role-playing game using mythology. Well, to be precise, we built a tabletop role-playing game. Some of you might not be very familiar with those kind of games, but may have heard of one called Dungeons & Dragons, which was firstly introduced in 1974. Generally, RPGs want their players be around the table, so they create together an interactive storytelling according to their decisions, and the game rules are communicated by the game master. The interactive storytelling is the key element that makes role-playing games so popular. The players have the freedom to create their own characters, and as long as they abide by the set rules, the actions are only limited by the extent of their imagination. Hence, role-play games, or RPGs, promote creativity, conversation and connection between the players, while immersing them in fictional settings like fantasy, science fiction, and a lot more.
Despite the various benefits of these games, it can be challenging for beginners to learn all the complicated rules, since they have to look at many sources like books, more than one. Therefore, we decided to design and develop a tabletop RPG with simplified and understandable game rules that place the players in an entertaining setting that they would want to play again. We took inspiration from the combat system of Dungeons & Dragons and the mysterious setting of the Arcana Academy. Our story takes place in a university, and it is a light-hearted comical story where the players have freedom, including to avoid the fights. We wanted to do it so because we wanted to be beginner-friendly and light-hearted, so they won't want to play it again.
So, the design process we followed was first to design the setting, the central conflict, and the plot. That was actually the most intimidating part because we had a lot of ideas and we had to focus on one. The second part was to create the playable characters, the player abilities, and the combat system. That was also a bit challenging because not all of us were familiar with the mechanics. Last was to create the character art and the map.
The title of our game is Gods and Gods to Be. It takes place in a modern academy where the students are mythological creatures and the professors are deities, all inspired by Scandinavian, Aztec, Greek, Japanese, and Egyptian mythology. They are placed in a magical dimension where the school they are teaches the students and helps them develop their supernatural powers and abilities to become the next generation of deities. However, when many students inexplicably lose their powers, the protagonists choose to solve the mystery before they are next in line.
Well, the game equipment that someone might need to play our game is just a standard 7 die set for role-playing games. The map and the character sheets, with both of them we provide.
In the beginning of each game, the players have to choose between 8 different mythological creatures. Each creature has its own statistics and special abilities. Once they decide, each player will settle on the name, personality, and appearance of their character, and also they can modify the statistics of their character slightly to make their own playstyle. After that, the rules of the game master are explained. The rules of the game are explained to them by the game master, and they can begin playing the game. Of course, the game master's job is not only to adapt the game and tell the story to the players, but he must also immerse them in that and make it more enjoyable for them to play. It's your turn.
Then followed the evaluation of the design. First, we evaluated the game so we could detect the potential failures and to improve the perceived game experience. The game testers were 4 inexperienced players and 1 experienced player. Their average age was around 20 years old, and they played the game for around 3 hours. Informal notes were kept by the game designers, us, during the process, and an informal interview by each one of them followed. We proceeded with an inductive content analysis, so we developed the study's content schema.
In regards to the game rules, the players easily understood the game rules and got immersed in the gameplay. 60% of them agreed that the game and the arithmetics were well balanced. The game setting inspired the players, who managed to act through their characters, creating an interactive story. Hints could be added to support the game flow and interactivity. The game's objectives could also be more clear. Although the game map supported the gameplay, more equipment could be used, such as figures, offering more visualization. All of the players asked for a second session to finish the game.
Well, the conclusions are that we successfully designed Gods and Gods to be an easy-to-play tabletop role-playing game. The foundation of the game is solid, offering an entertaining shared experience for the players. The game mechanics were easily adaptable to the game story. The game story was attractive to the players, and as everyone wanted to play again. We detected some game inconveniences, but they will be fixed by updating the Game Master's Manual. Nevertheless, role-playing games provide a lot of freedom to the players, and it is up to the Game Master to adapt to the game's pacing and recognize the player's needs.
In future updates, we can introduce character art and also make notes of the dialogue of the non-playable characters and add it in the Game Master's Manual. We can also make the inciting incident of the story more impactful to increase the motivation of the players to finish that story. Certain modifications can be done to the plot to lead to a more climactic ending.
Thank you very much. And before you go, we would like to invite you to the Game Hub we are organizing next week, where we are going to demonstrate our game, and you are welcome to play it. For more details, please see the Awards Festival schedule.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vasiliki and Konstantinos, again, of course, also for the time you kept. The next one is entitled Intermedial Encounters in Experimental Cinema, Time and Space Redefined, co-authored by Lykia Kostopoulou and Maria Ilia Katsaridou. And as I can see, co-presented. Of course, to note the time.
So, we are really happy to be here. Our presentation today is about intermediate encounters in experimental cinema. We will focus a bit on cinematic intermediality, the phenomenon, delve into experimental cinema, explain a bit the notion of, expanding notion of the spectator, analyze a short clip from a film, and then some conclusive remarks. Intermedial studies stem from an interest in interesthetic phenomena. The concept has a closer connection with aesthetics and the idea of sister arts. Of course, this idea is not a new one. Even in the Middle Ages, we had the concept used as intermedium. For example, in theater, we had the intermission of musical interludes or opera interludes with different functions. The idea of the mixing of art forms was a necessary criterion for the so-called historical avant-garde of the 1920s. But what is this phenomenon of intermediality? You can think, for example, in film, when we have influences either overt or covert from theater or photography or dance, music. Gabriele Reipel notes that the term describes cultural phenomena that involve more than one medium. Godreau and Marion explain that to understand a medium, one should study its relationship with other media. Of course, cinema could be said that it is actually an intermedium per se. Similarly, Bolton and Grusin point out that the medium in our culture can never operate in isolation because it must enter into relationships of respect and rivalry with other media. And Ellerstrom very briefly notes that it doesn't make sense to see its medium in isolation, and we should see how, for example, in film, how film, for example, is transformed or blended by other media. Some notes on experimental cinema. Steiger explains that some traits are shared between experimental cinema and mainstream cinema. For example, they have a definite historical existence. There are some set of conventions. You can imagine for experimental film the use of non-linear narratives, and also there are some implicit viewing procedures. And White succinctly summarized that experimental filmmakers aim not at entertainment, but an interrogation of the self, social examination. You can think, for example, the films of Jean-Luc Godard. Also, they employ a style which is often slower than mainstream cinema, allowing the viewer room for contemplation. You can think of the films of Alexander Sokurov, the Family Trilogy, or Bela Tar's Satan Tango. And in this way, with the use of slower pace, it is easier to explore the personal struggle and acts relating to the nature of the human condition. Also, finally, experimental filmmakers present the spectators with layers of potential meaning, whether the content is socio-political or psychological. So it's a film which is open to interpretation, and yes, now we pass to our case study.
Thank you very much. We will share 1 minute editing short from the film Ghost from Ron and Lahore. The Ballet de Marseille participate in the film, and the film gained many awards, including Sundance. We will focus on the experimental aspects of the films, the minimalism of the setting, that is a work in progress. Dance, performance, and music are gradually dissipating the cinematic space, slow and fast pace of cinematographic shots, multiple points of view, diegetic actants, and spatiotemporal dimensions. So I will have to lower my... is it here? Okay. Just open with media player. Okay. So this is an edited play. Let's see. Μήπως το έχουμε βγάλει στο...
Όχι, εδώ μέσα.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened with... Ναι, μπορούμε... Okay, apologies for the... μπορούμε να ανοίξουμε το... Συγγνώμη. VLC. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we may watch how we pass from the slow to the fast pace of the music. To the second part, where the paintings, the inhabitants of the paintings go out in the physical space. So this was the abstract, the small part. If you have the time, you may find it on YouTube. It's a very exciting film and very short film. You may watch it. First we pass to some notes. There is a space-time multiplicity and diffusion, museum exhibition that hosts art. We see museum exhibition that hosts art from various periods, various spatiotemporal dimensions in the displayed paintings. There is ghost time and space, museum visitors, and physical world. So we have multi-level space and time. We have many diegetic actants. We have the museum guard, the museum's ghost, the painting's inhabitants, the visitors, and the physical world residents. The museum guard lives between different worlds, the physical world and art universes. He acts as the gatekeeper of the museum space, and in the end, the ghost and the inhabitants of the art worlds pass through him, they merge with him and pass through him to our physical reality. The museum ghost lives in the museum building, not only the exhibition hall. We may see her sleeping in the basement of the museum. Her time origins are undefined. Nobody sees her but the fictional world's visitors. So she finally merges with the guard, and through him she gets out of the museum to the physical space. Here we see her dancing with the diegetic acts that came out from the paintings, various, and here is the scene that actually, after this shot, the museum guard finally see her, and they blend, as we will see in the next shot. This is the blending. And the painting inhabitants, we may see that the fashion of their clothes, the time, the temporal and apologies, I did, yes, no, it's correct. The painting inhabitants are different. We can relate with various historical or abstract time and space places. Conclusions. In contemporary experiment practices, the notion of the spectator has radically changed. We can think of cinema spectators as itinerant visitors of galleries, voyagers, or bystanders in a live manifestation. One can think of a new moving image culture, which is rather fluid. The playing with slow motion and abrupt interruptions of the storyline, and the distancing and immersion techniques all create a shock to the viewer, who now feels directly involved. Intermediality becomes an experimentation technique that offers new paths of enlarging the expressive potential of the medium. And finally, thank you very much. We both thank you very much for your attention and your time. And
thank you.
Thank you. I did the best.
Thank you indeed. Next, Sex, Disability and Cinema Case Study, presented by Maria Papadopoulou.
Hello everyone, my name is Maria Papadopoulou, and today I'm going to have a speech about sex, drugs and rock and roll. Yeah. No, I'm joking. I'm going to talk about sex, disability and cinema. I hope everyone in this room knows about what sex is. I believe that everybody in here knows what cinema is. So I'm going to say what disability is. Okay. Disability is a situation that a person, it's a situation temporary or permanent, and a person cannot function in the limits of normality. So everyone could be in his life disabled one time or sometime. So, this research is a part of a study about cinema, about disability, and explores how cinema introduces the sexuality of a person with a disability in his myth. In this search, 7 films were studied in this study. 3 fiction about autism and 4 about physical disabilities. The purpose of this study is to study the way in which filmmakers manage to include the sexuality of a disabled character in their films. And the main thing is when fiction starts and where it ends. So, the first film that introduced autism in the audience was The Rain Man. The same year, it was Life with Alkis, the first Greek film. And there's another film, Routine. It's a Greek short film. So, Hollywood avoids to represent the sexual needs or the sex life of a people with autism. Most Hollywood films, the artistic characters are represented as sexual, or they don't have any sex needs or feelings or nothing. Most of the Hollywood films' artistic characters are represented in very young age. And, an example, in film Rain Man, there is a screen that a very beautiful girl kisses in the mouth Raymond. And when his brother asked him how you felt about it, and he said, the kiss was wet. Okay. On other hand, Greek cinema was more considering about artistic character, sex life, or sexual needs. In the film Life with Alkis, the father was dreaming their lives when his son was going to visit a prostitute to find sex. And it was a very difficult situation for him. In the film Routine, even the artistic character is young, he has his own routine to get pleasure by himself. We see that the artistic characters in Hollywood films, with very few exceptions, they are very young, they are asexual, and they are male. In Greek filmography, we also have young characters with sexual needs as a normal person, and most of them they are males. Now, let's see what happens in physical disability. Avatar is a very known film. Then we can see that the sexuality of a person, of the main character, the protagonist here, is connected to her life as a soldier. So, in his real life, he cannot be a soldier, he cannot have sex, he's not normal, but he's got the opportunity to change his life by being in the life of an avatar. The thing is that at the end, he prefers to die and to reborn as an avatar, to have normal sex life. Another story, it's the film Me Before You. There is a very young, rich man, and he had an accident. So, in his life before the accident, he was very sexy and strong, and after the accident, he feels like he's not having any life at all. He met a very beautiful girl. She's so in love with him. He has got so much money, but at the end, he decided to die, to put an end in his life. So, is it right to choose not to live? There is another film, a Hollywood film, that makes very different, The Sessions. There is a man, he always in a bed, because he's got problems with his lungs. So he decided at his 23s, when he was 22 or 23 years old, to lose his not to be anymore a virgin. So he found a professional sex assistant to help him to do that. The thing is that in this movie, there's another character. There's a girl in a wheelchair, and she's sexually liberated. And she's trying to do a lot of things, and she's trying to find herself through sex. And it's a girl. So, there's another film, a French film, The Untouchables. There's another very rich guy, and he finds a helper, someone to assist him. And with him, they're trying to explore the limits of their lives. The thing is that at the end, this man is going to marry a very beautiful girl, and he's going to change his life, and he's got sexual life, even if he cannot move himself from the neck, and he's in a wheelchair also. So, most of the times Hollywood represents disability as a weight. The dysfunction body has been related to male sexuality. There is no life in a dysfunctional body, and from the other hand, European cinema and Greek cinema most of the times represent disability as in an opposite way than Hollywood does. Life can go on to people with disabilities. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Papadopoulou. And of course, thank you for the time care you had. And the last presentation of this session and of the conference is going to be Eva Vlahu, Greek postmodern science fiction parody, Muzaka at the End of the World.
Okay. Hi, I'm Eva Vlahu. I will try to be shorter than I have programmed. So, my research is called Greek Postmodern Science Fiction Parody. In the context of this research, I will examine how Panos Koutras, in his debut feature film, The Attack of the Giant Muzaka, utilizes elements of postmodern parody and science fiction tropes to provide insightful commentary on pivotal concepts within Greek reality. Okay. Within the captivating storyline of the film, the city of Athens is plunged into chaos as a colossal piece of muzaka becomes a menacing force, devouring and causing widespread destruction. This extraordinary monstrosity emerges when a regular portion of this Greek dish is struck by an otherworldly beam emitted from a mysterious flying object. The desperate crew aboard the UFO, in their attempt to transport one of their members to Earth, unwittingly imprison the alien within the giant muzaka, setting the stage for a series of extraordinary events. So these are the characters of the central characters of the movie. I won't elaborate, because there is not a lot of time. About the genre of the film, it is plausible to encounter hesitation when attempting to categorize this specific film solely within the science fiction genre due to the parodic treatment of characters and situations throughout the narrative. The film employs satire and irony to comment on the representation of this situation, blurring the boundaries between genres. For instance, it includes alien bimbos, pink wearing coat scientists, etc. Building upon Susan Sontag's astute observation, the typical science fiction film has a form as predictable as the Western. It becomes evident that the film under examination faithfully incorporates recurring tropes and archetypes found in science fiction narratives. Throughout the narrative, the film prominently features the introduction of a threatening entity, the presence of a heroic scientist who battles against the impending danger, and a female love interest embodied by Tara and Alexis. Additionally, the film incorporates scenes of scientist meetings and discussions revolving around crisis management, the portrayal of a national emergency through media events, and evocative depictions of panicked crowds. By skillfully utilizing these narrative elements, Koutras effectively engages with the audience's expectations of the science fiction genre, while simultaneously subverting them through the film's unique blend of parody and commentary. Through these subversions, the film challenges traditional expectations of the science fiction genre, offering a unique and thought-provoking cinematic experience. Friedrich Jameson states that pastiche is like parody, the imitation of a peculiar or unique idiosyncratic style, and wearing of a linguistic mask, speech in a dead language. In our case, the dead language being the classical horror films of the 50s. Koutras's work can be characterized as a postmodern parody since it incorporates the science fiction tropes of these films in a satirical way, and he creates a unique and colorful collage of images from TV news panels and genre clichés. As about the giant size of the monster, my interpretation is that in the film, it can be interpreted as a symbol of irony. Greece, particularly Athens, is a European capital with its fair share of societal problems and challenges. However, it often becomes known to tourists for its picturesque landscapes, ancient sites, and delectable cuisine. The exaggerated representation of the moussaka highlights the discrepancy between the complex realities of Greek society and the reduction of its identity to superficial attractions for tourists. This irony emphasizes the superficiality of the tourist experience, where the depth of a culture's struggles and complexities is overshadowed by the appeal of its food, beautiful sights, and historical artifacts. By exaggerating the size of the moussaka, the film underscores the overwhelming presence of these repressive forces. As Sontag suggests, science fiction films are not about science, they are about disaster, which is one of the oldest subjects of art. In line with this perspective, the film successfully explores the concept of destruction and the impending end of the world. Koutras's interpretation emphasizes the role of media management and the frenzied nature of newscasts during emergency situations. The film astutely critiques the absurdity of the dialogues and situations that unfold in news panels, parodically yet accurately depicting the sensationalism and chaos that can arise in such circumstances. Some of these absurd dialogues and behaviors include a suicide of an environmental activist live on air of the news channel covering the attack, a fashion advisor giving his insight on how the attack is going to affect new trends, an astrologist blaming the incident on the stars, and a lot of political personalities trying to exploit the situation for their career interests. All this situation can be interpreted as clearly parodical. The director has managed to represent in a humorous way exactly how even an indeed dangerous and important incident is always and completely being maltreated by the media and the government in order to fit a political agenda. The only person in the whole narrative that succeeds in repelling the monster is the protagonist, Tara, who is important to note that the director has chosen a male actor to embody her. She casually just opens her bag and sprays the monster away, like no one has managed to do until now in the film. Maybe what needed to repel this enormous oily representation of tradition was Tara, just being who she is. And even though her gender identity is never commented on in the movie, the choice of the actor could open up possibilities for exploring non-binary and gender-fluid interpretations. Yes, so there is a happy ending. Everyone in the final scene is inside the car and they are driving in Athens. In conclusion, Koutra's characters experience a closure, and the last shot deliver a feeling of new beginnings. The director indeed skillfully blended science fiction and genre parody and used them as tools to comment on complex societal issues and themes of cultural identity, gender roles, sexuality, and family dynamics. Also, it was indeed illuminating to watch a representation of a Greek media crisis management and take into consideration that this satire was created more than 20 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vlachou. Thank you all for the session. And President, who should close?
I want to thank everybody that stayed here until this time because we had this delay. I want to apologize to all the participants of the last session for running up all the session. The president of the Department of Audiovisual Arts, Adesios Giannakopoulos, thanked everybody and the committee, so I don't want to spend time for the thanks. I just want to thank, first of all, for the second time, the girls from the interpreters from the Department of Foreign Languages. Thank you very much. We have every year their help. And of course, the students, the volunteers that helped to organize this conference this year also. Okay? Thank you very much and hope to see you next year.